the woman produced a shaped hole, smashing into the stone wall, the rocks in her surroundings cracking, extending outwards like centipedes one after another in all directions. Hong! In addition, at the final moment, the woman's body shook, releasing a strange wave of power, as if she suffered a second round of attacks. Her body smashed into the stone walls, embedded inside. A human-shaped depression was smashed open in the entire stone wall, looking strange and shocking. Blood flowed out from her mouth, trickling out from her nose as well. She was in a sorry state, her clothes in tatters. "Ah!" she cried out in alarm, struggling out. When she landed on the ground, she staggered about, as if she was drunk. Her face was completely red, her eyes also becoming red. "You dare treat me like this? Older sis Jean E. Hurry and take action. Beat him to death for me," she screamed, her hair disheveled, looking like a vixen. It was clear that she was used to bossing people around. Now that she suffered so greatly, she naturally couldn't endure it, wishing to immediately kill Hao. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, finding it a bit hard to calm down. That youth's move just now was definitely not simple. It was just a sound wave, yet it blasted that woman who wasn't weak away, truly extraordinary. "You really don't know the difference between life and death?" Hao released a short shout, his voice rumbling outwards, all of it concentrated in a single direction. This time even more bizarre. It was because the sound wave turned into tangible matter, a silver-colored ripple moving outwards, condensing together like waves as they battered that woman's body. "Break!" The woman screamed, her hands forming a moon, displaying a secret method. A silver moon appeared, blocking in front of her. However, it was already too late. The sound waves surged like silver ripples. Even though they looked gentle, they could shake mountain peaks, all of them smashing into her body. This time, not only was there a tremendous pung noise, sounding as if a barbaric ox smashed heavily into a mountain, there was also kacha sounds, the noises of bones fracturing. It really was as if this woman was struck head-on by an archaic barbaric ox, her body smashing into a shorter stone mountain, this time even more miserable. Hong Long. A part of the short mountain was broken off. As the mountain broke apart, that woman flew out together with the rubble, her body a bit distorted. It was clear that there was more than one area where the bones in her body were broken. When she landed on the ground with a plop sound, she was like a dead fish, not moving at all, her eyes rolled back. She wanted to faint, yet couldn't, only able to endure the intense pain as she stared at Hao, eyes full of resentment. Yet they also carried fear. This was something she had never experienced before. That youth looked at her with contempt, as if he had never attached any importance to her, his eyes full of disdain. Archaic, barbaric ox roar. In the distance, an indifferent and calm voice sounded. It was precisely Jean E. She didn't show any emotional fluctuations, as if she couldn't care less if that woman lived or died. She was dressed in silver robes. Even though it wasn't a long dress, it was bound at the waist, skin-tight, showing off her curves. Her appearance was extremely fine, possessing unordinary good looks. Her chin was a bit sharp, currently slightly raised, looking extremely self-confident, at the same time a bit arrogant. This was a woman who carried quite the only me mentality. Jean E. Feng Wu clenched her teeth. She was originally a cheerful and optimistic young lady, beautiful and moving, but now her breathing was rushed, finding it hard to calm down. Last time, her injuries were truly serious. If it was a normal defeat, then it wouldn't be such a great deal. After she obtained the present world method written guidance, she received great natural luck, and together with her astonishing talent, she made great progress. This was precisely the reason why she drew Jean Yi's attention, wishing to exchange pointers with her. However, at the crucial moment, Jean Yi went against her previous agreement, directly using 2 strands of immortal energy and not the present world methods to attack her, catching her off guard and leaving her seriously injured. Moreover, after seeing that she was seriously injured and on the ground, Jean Yi even more so walked up, stepping down on her chest to humiliate her further, almost making her body break apart. She found the 7-colored immortal gold arrow, and then after she seized it, she continued to mock and ridicule her, saying how she wasn't worthy of possessing this item. That time, Feng Wu didn't use the 7-colored immortal gold arrow, so the other party clearly came for this arrow. For the sake of seizing this important treasure, she went against the agreement, suddenly launching a hidden attack, displaying vicious methods. Just a defeat of my subordinate. It's beneath me to pay you any attention. At this time, Jin Yi said indifferently, "You have no sense of shame. When you challenged me, you promised not to use immortal energy, only exchanging pointers with the present world methods, clearly about to lose, yet suddenly decided to go against what you promised." Feng Wu clenched her teeth. This was what she felt the most resentment over, making her feel rage within. She had her 7-colored immortal gold arrow seized, leaving her feeling extremely dejected. You aren't good enough. A defeat is a defeat. What reasoning is there behind it? Jin Yi had her chin raised, putting on a profound and arrogant look. You are truly despicable, Jin Yi berated. Feng Wu's chest rose and fell. The reason why her face was waxen in color, in such terrible condition, was because of that battle. She almost died, her vitality greatly injured. Sure How stopped the two of them, saying, "There is no need to get angry at this type of person. In a bit, when their human brains are beaten into dog brain paste, we'll see if she is convinced then." He brought that drop of phoenix blood to Feng Wu's mouth, and then circulated it to her back, continuously using his finger to press against her body, helping her activate her blood energy, assisting with her recovery. You seem to have some methods. Able to cultivate the archaic barbaric ox's sound method to this state can be considered rarely seen. However, if you want to use force, it isn't a wise choice. The silver-robed woman Jin Yi said. Sure How didn't pay her any attention, focusing on treating Feng Wu's injuries. With a slap from his palm and fingers, streaks of purple ripples appeared, entering Feng Wu's body. He used the Lightning Emperor's method, using the utmost yang methods to activate the blood, letting the drop of phoenix blood disperse and then boil, helping Feng Wu recover from the various injuries in her body. Hong Long. It was as if a flame was ignited in Feng Wu's body, seeping out from her body, wrapping around her. She really became like a phoenix reborn through flames. This was the effects of the phoenix blood. This type of divine bird's miraculous effects rested precisely in rebirth, being reborn from death. There was even a faint yet clear phoenix cry that could be heard. A blurry void figure merged with Feng Wu, helping her treat her injuries, the waxen color on her face immediately receding. Soon afterwards, brilliance was returned to her skin, a rosiness returning to the white color, becoming like before, delicate and beautiful. Sure How frowned, continuously sending out palms, not relaxing, because Feng Wu's most serious issues weren't these hidden injuries, but a true Dao injury. That silver-robed woman was extremely vicious, using severe methods, injuring Feng Wu's core, wishing to destroy her foundation. This time, the silver-robed woman's expression changed, no longer able to remain calm. This youth was actually this formidable, helping someone recover from their Dao injuries, the methods extremely shocking. Qi Hong, you are from the Blue Lion race, you can size him up. See whether the barbaric ox roar or your lion roar is stronger. The silver-robed woman Jin Yi transmitted sound. At her side, there was a lion-faced male, tall and robust. His mane blue, looking rather bold and powerful. His lion head was intimidating, his large copper eyes making one tremble inwardly. Qi Hong didn't hesitate, walking forward, directly releasing a lion roar, the sound shockingly great. Heaven and earth began to rumble, while Feng Wu's thatched cottage was blasted, exploding on the spot. There were quite a few people nearby, and all of them were shocked. There were some who, even though they feared the silver-robed woman, they still couldn't keep watching. This was extremely excessive. That youth was currently helping Feng Wu treat her injuries, yet she had someone interfere and attack them. A barrier of light surged in Sure Hao's surroundings, blocking the lion's roar sound waves, protecting the three of them. It was precisely because of this that he wasn't affected, only the thatched cottage being destroyed. Do you want to die? Sure Hao only had these words. When speaking, his palms continued to strike out, helping Feng Wu with her Dao injuries. Roar! The blue lion roared out again, this time revealing its original body, turning into a small mountain-sized blue-colored lion, fierce and sinister. Its mouth was wide and teeth sharp, fur blue-colored, every strand shining, the hair on its temples even more so standing on end, appearing quite terrifying. The lion roar was released, blue ripples rushing out like ocean waves, crashing over again and again, clearly visible. Kill! Sure Hao released a short shout. The sound waves he released were not any barbaric ox voice, but just an imitation, just pure great Dao sound. When one reached a certain cultivation realm, one could comprehend things through analogy. He was proficient in several of the most frightening precious techniques, and he also grasped an ancient heavenly art. Comprehending one type would allow him to reap the benefits for the rest of his life, so he could naturally derive and evolve them into a few different methods. This type of great Dao divine voice carried bits of the Lightning Emperor divine ability. For example, when heavenly thunder rumbled, immediately scattering the blue ripples, moreover releasing a wave of great power by the blue lion's ears. Hong! Its body staggered, all of the lion fur on its body standing up straight, blood spilling out from its mouth and nose. Roar! The lion roar sounded again, and this time, it threw itself over. It shook its body fiercely, all of the blue fur on its body standing on end. Then, thousands upon thousands of blue fur turned into iron needles, flying over. Lion fur needle. Many people's expressions changed. Lion fur needle was an extremely well-known precious technique. It separated from the lion's body, covering the sky as they shot out. This was the full-powered retaliation released after being pressured to a certain extent. Hong Long. In Sure House surroundings, an expanse of resplendent light surged, stopping the lion fur needles. All of the lion fur was completely burned away. This was still lightning, electrical radiance flourishing like flames, scorching the divine needles until they were charred black. They began to break apart, and then were burned into ashes. Kill! At the same time, Sure Hao reached out a hand. A long blade that was as bright as snow appeared from his palm. Formed from lightning, it quickly increased in size, immediately extending out 100 zhong, quickly brandishing about. Pooh! Blood splashed out, and a world-shaking miserable cry sounded. Half of the blue lion's body was removed, hacked apart at the waist. It roared, splitting the skies with its voice. It flew outwards, massive body crushing many small mountains. Your vitality is now greatly injured. Just need great mending food like lion meat to nourish you. Sure Hao said. This was like the voice of a devil by everyone's ears. A powerful lion king was cut in half at the waist just like that, actually used as nourishing food for Feng Wu. At the same time, Sure Hao loosened his palm. Feng Wu completely recovered, her Dao injuries now better, leaving the silver-robed woman Jin Yi incredibly shocked. Fortunately not some serious Dao injuries, or else I wouldn't have any methods either. You should be back to normal after a few days of rest. Sure Hao said to Feng Wu. Then he turned around, a cold smile on his face as he looked towards Jin Yi. You! Come over to settle things. Who do you think you are? Saying you want to settle accounts with me? The silver-robed woman's tone was almost flat, still extremely cold. Hand over the 7-colored immortal gold arrow. Sure Hao walked towards that arrogant woman, not feeling the slightest bit of good intentions inside, preparing to capture her. What a joke! She is inferior to another. If you are willing to gamble, then you have to know how to lose. The 7-colored immortal gold arrow is naturally mine. Jeannie sneered, her expression rather cold. You are despicable, clearly promising to fight with present world methods. Not something that I proposed, but rather a restriction you placed yourself. So how could you suddenly use immortal energy to backstab me? Feng Wu was indignant. What a joke! Did I say such a thing? You are just unwilling to acknowledge defeat, right? Also, do you think my present world cultivation method is inferior to yours? How stupid! Nothing more than a wild girl from the lower realms. What qualification do you have for me to argue with you? Even if you try again, you will still lose. Jin Yi's words were like thorns, her words extremely harsh. Good, good, good. Since you were talking like this, I hope you don't come begging for forgiveness in a bit. When Fengwu saw how shameless she was, she didn't want to say anything anymore, handing everything over to Hao, have him take action. Do you think you are that special? Facing Fengwu with this type of arrogant attitude, not obeying the rules and launching a sneak attack is one thing. Why is there a need to still act like the result was only natural? Hao asked with a cold voice. Do I need the pity of the weak? This is heavenly deity institution, not the declining 3000 Dao province, not her lower realm, but rather survival of the fittest. She isn't enough herself, so can you blame me? After losing, she had to hand over the immortal gold arrow. Is this not something that is only natural? Really can't understand you all, Genie said. Her figure was slim and elegant, graceful as she moved. In front of everyone's faces, even though she knew Hao was a formidable opponent, she still didn't want to look weak. She secretly made preparations, wishing to release the most powerful attack. Hong! Streak after streak of light erupted around Hao's surroundings, as if there were enormous pillars that supported the heavens towering above, the radiance dazzling. This was astral energy, the reflection of an eruption of the imperceptible spiritual essence within one's body. It wasn't intentionally produced, but rather naturally displayed. Everyone gasped, all of them backing up. It was clear that this person's flesh was exceptionally powerful. Everyone who was walking the path of the present world methods knew that this would only appear when one's flesh reached a certain level of power. Hong Long. Right at this time, the space between Jin Yi's brows shone. A small imprint rushing out, spinning and rotating about, rushing towards Hao's direction. It was extremely difficult for one to evade this under such distance. However, Hao had no intention of evading. This imprint was emerald green like it was carved from jade. On it all types of symbol seals, the fresh and clean appearance carrying a bit of ancient feeling, actually crushing the void. The surrounding people all shivered inwardly. This small imprint was nothing more than a square inch in size, so how could it be this heavy, the power just too terrifying? Wherever it passed, the space around it would all distort, caving in, the divine might unimaginable. Dang! An enormous sound rang out, as if two metal plates were vibrating. That youth unexpectedly used his fists to smash apart the precious imprint in the void, symbols shining brilliantly between the two. That youth's fists were comparable to secret treasures. Another strike was released, the fist shining, becoming as dazzling as a small sun. It struck down on the small imprint, extremely dazzling. A dang sound blasted it out of the way. Hao was shocked. It was actually not shattered. Meanwhile, Jin Yi was even more astonished. Who was this youth? He was just too strong. This secret treasure was definitely not common. Not an ordinary object, yet he could stop it. Jin Yi released a light shout, activating the secret treasure. That precious imprint shone, emerald green and replete glistening. It quickly enlarged, immediately covering the sky and earth, turning into a great mountain, crushing down on this world. Heaven-covering imprint. Someone cried out in alarm, recognizing what it was. To be more precise, it should be an imitation of the heaven-covering imprint. If the true supreme treasure came out, who could stop it? A few people commented quietly, their eyes brilliant. Even though it was an imitation, it was still astonishing. All supreme treasures were difficult to imitate because there was first a material issue. If the material wasn't top quality, then it definitely couldn't be used. Second, that countless complex and profound symbols had to be engraved. So how could normal people understand how to do these things? It was difficult even for some ancient families. Imitations were normally things that were passed down through glorious and celebrated long-life families. Only they had the qualifications to have access to these legendary unmatched supreme treasures. The heaven-covering imprint had long been enlarged to the size of an enormous desolate mountain, releasing a hazy and indistinct green radiance. A savage aura poured out from its surface, as if they were in the great wilderness. Hong Long. The great imprint smashed down. Hao released a great roar, facing it, activating endless lightning. Electricity erupted everywhere, blasting towards the heaven-covering imprint. Under the intense collision, dazzling and resplendent light shone, this place becoming chaotic, a few mountain peaks collapsing under the heaven-covering imprint's descent. This result completely produced by a wave of divine force fluctuations. Even though this heaven-covering imprint was an imitation, its power was definitely astonishingly great. In the end, when the light receded, Shurha was crushed under the imprint, as if he was a demonic god who carried an archaic great peak on his back. Suppressed. Someone cheered happily. Older sis Genie really is formidable. This type of method something no one can overcome. The silver-robed woman breathed heavily. Activating the great imprint in reality consumed quite a bit of divine force, her complexion turning slightly pale. If not for her sensing that Shurha was exceptionally frightening, she definitely wouldn't use this secret treasure rashly in front of another. Suppress me? You all overthought things. Right at this moment, the male underneath the great imprint spoke, his gaze like lightning. He carried the heaven-covering imprint, gradually straightening his back. Then, his body surged with brilliance. Branches that were like those of a willow tree appeared one after another, turning into divine chains of order, binding around the heaven-covering imprint. Hong! The great peak became smaller extremely quickly, in the end turning into an inch-tall emerald-green small imprint. He grabbed it with a single motion. This thing really is sturdy, quite unordinary. Should be a rather convenient weapon, pretty good for smacking someone, Shurha said. He activated bone texts, completely refining it, and then swallowed it with a single gulp. You, return my secret treasure. Genie was alarmed and furious. Using your words, it's survival of the fittest. You are nothing more than a loser. So aren't your things mine? Shurha mocked. The silver-robed woman's face fell. She collected herself, feeling like there was a serious issue. This youth was too formidable. She couldn't see through him at all. Not easy to deal with. Friend, why is there a need to go so far? Is all of this worth it for a girl who came from a savage land? The silver-robed woman Genie said. Then what kind of place are savage lands? Shurha asked. This wild girl came from the 3,000 Dao provinces. Compared to the 9 heavens, that place is a destitute place. The two of us should become friends. There is no need to fight for her sake. Genie said. You are simply courting disaster. Fengwu laughed, not getting angry. Quite regretful, I am also from this savage land. We can't be friends. But beating you into dog brains isn't a problem, Shurha said coldly. At this moment, this place erupted into commotion, everyone becoming shocked. Who was this person? He also came from the 3,000 Dao provinces. Why did they never hear of him before? You also came from a savage land? Genie's eyes were deep and cold, continuously stepping backwards. Shurha's expression became more and more cold, staring straight at her. Hong! Jean Yi rushed to take action, a Taotai rushing out from her hands, wishing to seize the decisive opportunity, because she knew that there was no way the grudge between the two could be dissolved. There were some things that couldn't be taken back after they were spoken. Taotai, its aura devouring mountains and rivers, its enormous figure towering below the heavens, exceptionally frightening. Only, she encountered Shurha, his body unmatched. He directly rushed over, with a honglong sound grabbing that Taotai and directly flipping it over, everything done completely through physical strength. The group of people were all stunned, completely stupefied. Just how barbaric of a person was this? His strength was just too great. Wang! Shurha brandished his fists, making the void resonate, smashing towards the Taotai. This ancient beast was formed from symbols, but it wasn't much different from the real thing. It opened its mouth, a bloody smell immediately spreading, able to devour the heavens and absorb the earth, even able to devour the void, making the surroundings immediately darken. However, despite this being the case, it could still only suffer a great loss. The Taotai had its vertebra smashed apart by 3 fists from Shurha, coming crashing down as if golden mountains were shifted. Jade pillars were collapsed, turning into symbol patterns once more. At the same time, Shurha's arms moved. Like a great Peng divine king, he immediately dove down, carrying large amounts of golden feather afterimages, screaming noises sounding as he dove murderously towards the silver-robed woman. Hong! She displayed precious methods to resist, moreover shouting out, "I will fight a decisive battle against you with present-world methods." Unfortunately, even though she was unordinary, her methods excellent, how could she compare to Shur-Hao on this path? Even Heavenly Deity Institution's elders had previously said that only him and Chao Yuxing truly succeeded, transcending above in a certain cultivation realm of the present world methods. Pong! Shur-Hao scattered her precious technique with a stamp of his feet, and then his right leg swept out, striking her until she coughed out blood. Genie activated secret treasures, many types of weapons rushing out. However, when Shur-Hao threw himself forward, his hands continuously moved, completely crushing them under ka-ka sounds. The silver-robed woman shifted locations, not fighting against him head-on, wishing to face him with secret methods from the distance, using precious techniques to kill him. Unfortunately, when she discovered that this individual's flesh was matchless, his precious techniques also incomparable, she was completely frightened. It was because when some bone texts landed on the other party's body, they didn't produce any effects. Chi! That youth's right hand reached out like a dragon claw, tearing at the void, making Jin Yi's expression change greatly, quickly evade. As a result, with a pu sound, the silver robe had a large piece torn off, turned into ashes in that hand. One of her lotus root-like arms was exposed. Even though her skin hadn't been scratched, the strong winds alone made that place red like blood, about to rupture. Kill! Jin Yi released a light shout. When Shur-Hao approached, she silently activated 2 strands of immortal energy. They were like 2 exceptional immortal blades, quickly and ruthlessly hacking at his head. You will never know how frightening someone who cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy is, Jin Yi said quietly, the expression in her eyes ruthless as she stared at Shur-Hao, revealing a cold smile. In the distance, everyone cried out in alarm. Feng Wu even more so couldn't help but curse out, saying, "Shameless, going back on your word, striking your own mouth. You can go on your way," Jin Yi said coldly. However, after her voice sounded, it didn't produce any effects. That person raised his right hand naturally, grabbing the 2 strands of immortal energy. And Jin Yi was shocked. She was inferior to this youth in present world methods, but even when she suddenly used 2 strands of immortal energy, she was still not a match. She discovered with horror that there were unexpectedly 3 strands of immortal energy that were faintly appearing in that youth's palm. Pong! Shur-Hao grabbed her neck with a single motion, directly lifting her over. "You only have this bit of skill. What is there to be so arrogant of?" These cold words felt as if a whip lashed at her face, making her feel intense pain and humiliation. How could it be like this? Jin Yi became a bit absent-minded, her complexion pale and lacking color. She knew all of the young supreme beings with 3 strands of immortal energy in the institution, so there was definitely not a person like this. She never expected the enemy she faced would be a young supreme being who had 3 strands of immortal energy. This didn't make sense at all. There were only those few people, and she knew all of them, so where did this person come from? It was because there was definitely no such person like this among those at the peak, and that was why she was fearless. She had 2 strands of immortal energy, and together with secret treasures, apart from Wang Shi, Lu Tuo, these people who could face her. What happened? The surrounding people were shocked. How did the situation suddenly change? Jin Yi actually had her neck grabbed by the other party, raised high into the air. The silver-robed woman was normally a powerful figure, extremely arrogant, someone many people weren't willing to provoke. Yet now, she was carried by someone like this, truly unimaginable. Without a doubt, this was a great humiliation for the silver-robed woman. To have her neck grabbed like this in front of so many people's faces, it really made her feel worse than dead. How did Jin Yi lose? Even now, no one understood what happened. Just now, Jin Yi activated 2 strands of immortal energy, suddenly displaying vicious methods. Even though everyone felt contempt for her going back on her word, they always believed that this youth was going to suffer. However, in a daze that youth grabbed Genie the changes too fast, to the extent where they didn't see the immortal energy in his palm, and then everything ended. What great speed has this youth taken the crucial step at the peak of the present world methods. Even after Genie activated 2 strands of immortal energy, he still evaded them, and then retaliated, capturing her. Heavens! I didn't see him use immortal energy. He is definitely an expert at the peak of the present world methods. Many people cried out excitedly. Their eyes widened as they watched this scene. There were even more cultivators who felt their blood boil, because they saw hope. They didn't see him activate immortal energy, but he was able to capture Gene E. This was the most direct and clear battle result, proving that present world methods could triumph over immortal ancient methods. A commotion erupted, this place becoming noisy. It was because these people were all cultivating present world methods, always wishing to establish their own conviction. The scene they now saw made all of them excited and moved. Even though they knew that there were exceptional individuals like this in Sacred Academy, perhaps able to kill the young supreme beings in their generation, they hadn't seen them for themselves after all. Now that they personally witnessed this scene, many of them felt like the path ahead became much brighter. Cough, cough, cough. Genie coughed. Having her neck indifferently gripped by that young man made her feel extremely uncomfortable. She began to cough, her face flushing deep red from resentment. What expert at the peak of the present world methods? She wanted to loudly curse out that she clearly saw 3 strands of immortal energy, feeling great hatred inside. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, she could only fill her mouth with cold air, continuously coughing, even tears about to pour out. Pong! While carrying her by the neck, Xianxia directly smashed her into the ground, as if he was throwing livestock down for slaughter, making Genie frown in pain, at the same time feel incredibly angry. When had she ever been treated like this before? Just this bit of skill, yet you dare humiliate others. You look down on the 3,000 Dao provinces, but you yourself don't have that much skill either. Nothing more than this. Xianxia lowered his head, looking down on her. Jin Yi's silver robes were wrinkled, many areas even more so damaged. She raised her head, her eyes surging with anger, her gaze incomparably resentful. Being humiliated in front of everyone like this was difficult for her to endure. What, after being beaten honorably by someone, do you still feel wronged? That day, didn't you go back on your word, using despicable methods to deal with Feng Wu? Back then stepping on her, when you were speaking such harsh words, humiliating her, what were you thinking then? What kind of reflections are you making now? Xianxia naturally wouldn't leave the other person with any face, dealing with her in front of everyone. In addition, with a pung sound, he kicked out, making intimate contact with her body. Genie released a muffled groan, her eyes becoming even more malicious. As she tumbled out, she felt as if her body snapped, that kick making half her body numb. At the same time, she trembled, clenching her fists, because Xianxia unexpectedly didn't seal her divine force. This made her both happy and resentful. Was he being careless? That definitely wasn't it. This was indifference, not fearing that she would retaliate, and that was why he didn't bother restricting her. When had someone ever shown her this level of contempt? What kind of person was Genie? She came from an ancient family, stunning enough herself. Even though it was quite regretful that she didn't cultivate the 3rd strand of immortal energy, she was still an outstanding expert among her peers. Even if one searched through the entire 9 heavens 10 earths, there were only a few young supreme beings able to suppress her, yet now she was shown such disdain by someone, not even worrying about her retaliation. Jin Yi's face fell. She recovered her composure, staring deathly at Xianxia, saying, "You came from the lower realm, nothing more than someone from the 3,000 Dao provinces. You better have thought things through. Becoming completely hostile with me does not bring you any benefits." Even though she didn't fully say it, it was clear that she came from the Gold family, one of the 9 heavens ancient families, their strength unimaginably great. If Xianxia insisted on making things difficult for her, then he would have to suffer her revenge, very likely incurring the anger of an ancient family from the 9 heavens. This was a completely undisguised threat. "You overrate yourself too much," And also underestimate me. When Shihao spoke up to hear, he raised his foot, trampling down like kicking a dead dog, sending Genie flying with a pung sound. Ah, you dare treat me like this? Genie cried out in alarm, her expression fierce. Who do you think you are? The Jin clan is so large. Would they offend heavenly deity institution for your insignificant and immature self? I am now a disciple of heavenly deity institution, Shihao said. There were some things he didn't say. He cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, and he also walked quite far along the extreme path of present world methods, could be said to be at an unprecedented level. Those with these types of accomplishments, how could heavenly deity institution be willing to abandon them? They will definitely nurture him like a seed. Even if he wasn't the only seed, he was still one of the most important individuals. You, don't come over. Genie's voice was shaking, starting to feel like giving in. However, Shihao didn't pay her any attention, raising his foot again. With a pung sound, she was sent flying again, her body smashing into a giant boulder. Genie was now in a sorry state. With a shrill voice, she said, "You savage person from that lower realm's barren land, you will understand in the end that you are nothing in the 9 heavens above. You will be dealt with by my clan until you wish you were dead rather than alive." She could tell that this person wasn't going to stop, so she instead shouted loudly, hoping to summon some elders from the academy to stop this terrifying young man. Pa! Shihao raised his hand. Even with quite some distance between them, an enormous palm appeared, slapping her flying. He said with a cold tone, "You can't even defeat someone from a barren land, so what arrogance is there to show? Nothing more than this, pitifully weak. You are the pitiful one. You are the lamentable one." Genie was furious. Shihao walked over, pressing closer, saying, "I'm taking revenge for Feng Wu, collecting a bit of interest." Chi. Suddenly, Genie raised her hand. A hazy streak of light flying out, carrying immortal mists, carrying the most resplendent brilliance of time, immediately firing them at Shihao. During this process, a cold smile appeared at the corners of Genie's lips. She previously screamed, pretending to be going mad, but that was all to hide her preparations for this moment. "Careful!" Feng Wu cried out nervously. No one knew better than her how frightening this brilliant light was. It was because that was an arrow formed from 7-colored immortal gold. Within it, the most powerful symbols. Once one was struck by it, both body and soul would be destroyed, impossible to resist. This was the 7-colored immortal gold arrow Genie coveted after. This arrow made her feel greed, seizing it recklessly in spite of everything. Now long refined it, becoming her secret treasure. This was an exceptional killing weapon. This arrow grew with the owner, able to continuously change. When the time came, becoming an immortal weapon wasn't even an issue, because its material was too heaven-defying, naturally having heaven and earth patterns engraved, able to become a supreme treasure. The immortal gold arrow penetrated through that figure before it, rushing past. Many cries of alarm sounded. Did that arrow kill that young man? Genie revealed an expression of pleasant surprise. She couldn't help but feel an urge to laugh loudly, the resentment in her eyes disappearing, replaced with excitement. She stood up from the ground. "Aren't you feeling happy a bit too early?" A cold voice sounded. Genie was horrified. The figure that was penetrated disappeared, just an afterimage. Meanwhile, at her side, a tall and slender figure stood there, a pair of lightning wings behind him, cold and calm. The other party's speed was too fast, exceeding her imagination, deceiving her eyes. That sure-kill arrow only struck empty air. Pong! That youth grabbed her with a single motion, and then with a pa sound, smacked her face. Then, with a dong sound, a foot smashed into her body, sending her flying. This time, Genie couldn't stand up again, because many of her bones were broken, the intense pain difficult to endure. "I really don't know where your arrogance comes from," Shihao said calmly. Genie struggled, humiliated to the extreme. Meanwhile, right now, she just happened to be laying in front of Feng Wu, collapsed at her feet. There was nothing worse than this, leaving her feeling great shame. Genie, why is there a need to go this far? I know you are shameless, not wanting any face, but you don't have to crawl over like this and beg me, right? Feng Wu said, a smile resting on her face, feeling extremely happy. Pooh! When she heard this mockery, Genie directly spurted out a mouthful of blood, her face turning pale, struggling about in anger, wishing to stand up, but she then fell again with a piu tong sound. Being ridiculed by Feng Wu like this made Jin Yi's face bright red like blood. She was indignant and unconvinced, because she had previously stepped on this woman, mocking her as much as she pleased. Now the other party was standing before her, looking down on her like this, the situation completely reversed. She immediately felt as if her blood was rushing to her head, her eyes turning red as she screamed out with a high-pitched voice, "Me? Begging you for forgiveness? Stop dreaming. A wild woman like you who was lucky enough to crawl up from the lower realms, what qualifications do you have to put on airs before me? Did you forget how I dealt with you that day?" Pong! Sure how walked over, directly stepping down, making many bones in her body break. He said, "Feng Wu, what are you waiting for? Just take action as much as you want. Actually, that's wrong, it's use your feet." Immediately afterwards, while carrying a sweet smile on her face, Feng Wu raised her foot, and then brought it down. Genie immediately released a miserable scream, her expression immediately changing. At this moment, the bloody color in her eyes completely disappeared, now fully awake, but her body already suffered the results. "Stop! I have something to say," Genie shouted. She was about to completely collapse. When had a heavenly talent like her ever been beaten like this before? Now, a pair of delicate small feet were stepping down again and again on her body, simply turning her into a stone path. Right now, she was completely a punching bag. Feng Wu and Sure how completely ignored her, continuing to trample down on this enemy, hopping and jumping, sweet smiles on their faces as they walked back and forth over her body. Genie felt extreme hatred, her face distorting. She felt like whenever they took a step, a bone would break in her body. What kind of look is that? Do you hate me that much? Feng Wu lowered her head and asked. She hated her to death. Genie wanted to roar out, but she didn't dare. She already became clear-headed, no longer opposing them to avoid more suffering. Feng Wu, there is no need to make that big of a deal over this. The two of us only had a bit of misunderstanding. Let's just leave it in the past. Hurry and get off me. She tried her best to act friendly. However, her voice was trembling. No matter who it was that was suffering this type of torment, they would all feel resentment. When one had to lower their voice before someone they hated bitterly, how could they truly accept it? Why do I feel like you are clenching your teeth? Don't tell me you actually hate me to the point of wanting to eat my flesh and drink my blood? So frightening. Feng Wu revealed a faint smile. This time, she finally vented her resentment. During these past few days, she truly felt incredibly sullen. She was humiliated, and then her life was almost in danger, unable to retaliate, making her feel extremely bad. Qing Yi stood on the side, a cold smile appearing on the corners of her lips. She understood Feng Wu well. Normally she was lively and optimistic, also extremely kind. If she hadn't been forced to this extent, she wouldn't act like this. Genie wanted to stand up, doing her best to struggle free. However, the power Sure how left in her body was extremely strange, impossible to dissolve. It continuously injured her body, also looking like it was going to corrode her foundation. This immediately frightened her badly. If she received great Dao injuries because of this, heaven knew just how great of a price she would have to pay to recover. She couldn't help but shiver. "No, I'll bow down. I'm sorry. Hurry and let me free," Jean E screamed out. When realized how bad her body's state was, she completely admitted defeat. Pong! Feng Wu raised her leg, stepping down on that face that looked a bit sinister from being distorted, saying, "Like I'll believe you. Let me vent out my anger first." In the distant mountain range, while surrounded by rocks, Wang Yang had his upper body exposed, his bronze skin shining, blood energy exuberant like a sea. As he breathed, All of the surrounding boulders floated up, and then melted into magma, dropping onto the ground. This was the terrifying reflection of someone who walked down the extreme path of the flesh, reaching a certain stage. On the side, a blue-clothed male in blue clothes said with a sigh, Brother Wang Yang already became a pure body cultivator, even more so reaching the peak of this path's present world methods, about to undergo a transformation, transcend above your peers. Even though I am jealous, I have to admit that you are the #1 expert of my heavenly deity institution on this path. Haven't transcended above yet, so who knows what will happen. Don't forget that there are 2 individuals from the lower realm who have already succeeded. Chao Yuxing was lucky, obtaining heaven karma, so he's not worth mentioning. Brother Wang Yang will exceed him sooner or later. As for Huang, he's nothing more than a dead person, so there's no point in talking about him. The blue-clad male said, The dead is naturally not worth mentioning, but it is difficult to say how great Chao Yuxing's accomplishments will reach in this life. Also, Brother Lan Meng, you might even be a bit more powerful than me. Nursing divine spirits in your heavenly passages, undergoing rebirth from a cocoon, mysterious to the point of leaving others in admiration. Wang Yang said, Haha, Brother Wang Yang jests. Let's go, we should take a look as well. Just now, there was an arrow made of 7-colored immortal gold that flew into the sky, so something definitely happened over there. Lan Meng said with a smile. Wang Yang nodded, saying, I also heard that Jin Yi seized a lower realm woman's immortal gold arrow. Now, it was actually released like this. There seems to be something going on. Wu, not long ago I was saying to Dao brother how there are some ancient realms people who are stirring up quite the disorder. We should take a look, see if it is the lower realms people who are starting this commotion. Lan Meng said. The 2 of them moved together, hurrying towards the site of action. Right now, Feng Wu had finished venting, already trampling on Jin Yi to her fill. Jin Yi's eyes were rolled back, clearly unable to take much more. It was easy to see that Jin Yi suffered severe injuries, almost dying, suffering great Dao injuries. Without paying a tremendous price, she could forget about recovering. It was even possible that she might die. The flesh injuries were delivered by Feng Wu, while the Dao injuries were from Shi Hao. You too? The silver robe on Jin Yi's body had long been torn apart. She opened her mouth with great difficulty, wishing to say vicious words, but didn't dare, so only these 2 words came out. At this moment, Shi Hao already turned around, looking towards the young man not too far away. This was a silver-robed male, his temperament unordinary. He stood there quietly, in his hands an arrow. It was precisely the 7-colored immortal gold arrow that was released earlier. Right now it was in his hands. The others also looked forward. They all knew that this was an extremely frightening individual. His name Yuan Teng. Normally, he cultivated underneath a great waterfall, rarely coming out. There were rumors that he cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy, but for the sake of reaching the peak of the present world methods, he deliberately scattered the 2 strands of immortal energy, using them to nurture his primordial spirit, not leaving himself any road out, advancing boldly ahead. Shi Hao didn't recognize him, but he saw him arrive together with Jin Yi. Hand over the immortal gold arrow. Shi Hao reached out his hand. That is fine. Please let Jin Yi go as well. Even though she was wrong, she has already received punishment, so let it end here. Yuan Ting said, This is my own matter. Hand over the 7-colored immortal gold arrow. Shi Hao spoke domineeringly. Regardless, this was Feng Wu's weapon, so he couldn't allow others to use it as a condition. In reality, he actually didn't have much to fear here. He could sweep through all of the opponents here, not needing to discuss any conditions with anyone. Dao brother, will you let Jin Yi go or not? Yuan Ting asked again. Are you trying to negotiate with me? I am not going to think too much about other things. That 7-colored immortal gold arrow was Feng Wu's to begin with. If you aren't willing to return it, then you can come over and fight me. I have always been opposed to Jin Yi oppressing the weak as the strong, and I've warned her as well. There are many extraordinary talents in the world, so there will be some formidable individuals who can suppress her. Yuan Ting said. Then, with a chi sound, the immortal gold arrow was released. inserted into a large boulder. It was quite close to sure how could be considered returning. Then, he added, I am not trying to threaten you with the immortal gold arrow, but truly wish to request earnestly for Dao brother to let Jin Yi go. When Sure Hao heard this, he gave the other party a look. When he saw how serious the other party was, not the slightest bit artificial, he nodded. Pong! Sure Hao kicked Genie flying, her body smashing into a distant stone mountain, and only then did he leave her alone. If it wasn't for Heavenly Deity Institution not allowing killing right now, he would have long gotten rid of Jean Yi. If he continued to torment her, Jean Yi would undoubtedly die, and the elders of the academy would be involved. Aside from this, I wish to consult Dao brother, an exchange of pointers in the true meaning, without the slightest bit of personal emotions involved. Yuan Ting said, That's fine. Sure Hao only had these words. First, I wish to fight with immortal energy, because this will be the last time I will use immortal energy. Soon afterwards, I will dissolve the 2 strands of immortal energy and wholeheartedly cultivate the present world methods. As for Dao brother, you can act as you please. There is no need to place any restrictions on yourself. Yuan Ting said. When these words sounded, everyone erupted with commotion. This fella really was a martial idiot, even doing this type of thing, going to get rid of the 2 strands of immortal energy that he cultivated so bitterly? Even Sure Hao was moved. Just how great did one's determination and decisiveness have to be? Normally, no one would act so recklessly. He couldn't help but give this person a few more looks, discovering that his flesh and bones were exceptional, perhaps really able to obtain great accomplishments in the future. Cutting one's means of retreat like this needed a type of tremendous bravery. Make your move. Sure Hao's expression was calm. When faced with this type of person who was completely dedicated to cultivation, not hesitating to cut off his own path of retreat for the sake of rising greater, he still felt a bit of admiration. That was why he didn't hold himself back either. At this moment, he activated 3 strands of immortal energy, the strands circulating at his side. If he didn't display his full strength, it would be a type of humiliation for this warrior. What? Everyone cried out in alarm, looking like they were seeing a living ghost. This was just too inconceivable. Actually a young supreme being who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. Why did they never see him before? Who was he? In that instant, everyone became a bit stupefied, even Yuan Ting no exception, immediately becoming stunned. How was he still supposed to fight? There was no need to continue because there was simply no way of winning. Only Jean Yi's expression was complex, because she had already noticed this a while ago, moreover personally experiencing it. Right now, she felt an urge to shout to everyone. Do you all see why I lost? It's not that my strength was weak, but rather that he is too much of a monster, a young supreme being. Of course, she didn't scream out, feeling like that was too shameful. She was already given a beating, so if she drew everyone's attention again, it really would be purposely looking for unhappiness. You? Who are you? Nearby, there were some who really wanted to know who exactly this person was. There were a few great experts in the academy, and they had seen all of them. There was no one like this at all. This was a supreme individual who came out of thin air, leaving all of them shocked. One had to bear in mind that this was one of the most stunning individuals, yet he kept a low profile this entire time. It was a bit absurd. This place became noisy, everyone finding it difficult to calm down. Yuan Ting released a sigh. He decisively withdrew the immortal energy into his body, and then with a fierce tremble, they were scattered, diffusing into his flesh and white bones. From this day forth, they were completely dissolved. Everyone was shocked, not expecting him to be this straightforward. He kept his words, actually really making his choice. I wish to use present world methods to exchange pointers, Yuan Ting said. He was quite focused on this path, truly wishing to test out his own body's Tao results. When Sure Hao heard this, he nodded, similarly respecting this display, revealing his most powerful state. Hong! In that instant, brilliant multicolored light surged around his body, forming a great golden sun, bright and dazzling. He stood in the center, looking like an unmatched war god. That was a sphere of light, surrounding him within, preventing all methods from approaching him, aloof and transcending worldliness. What is that? Everyone was shocked, feeling greatly alarmed. When they looked at that individual in the sphere of light, their breathing even became difficult, feeling great fear, wishing to bow down to him. Single heavenly passage. This is the unmatched Tao fruit of the 10 heavenly passages merged to one. In that instant, Yuantang was stirred up, even his voice trembling. His eyes were burning with passion as he stared at that figure in the heavenly passage, as if he was looking at a god, trembling as he walked forward, wishing to personally touch it, almost about to kneel down. Correct, Shihao replied. Single heavenly passage, cultivating the present world method to the peak, the Tao fruit after truly transcending above? Heavens, who exactly is he? How could he have reached this step? Wasn't that person the only one who succeeded? There were immediately many people who cried out. As for Jean E, her expression changed even more, looking like she was staring at a living ghost. May I ask, who Tao brother is? Yuantang's eyes burned fiercely, truly like he was looking at an idol. He was a bit hopeful, longing for the truth, his voice trembling as he asked. I am Huang, Shihao replied. What? He is Huang, the one who stepped on the unmatched path, merging 10 heavenly passages. Heavens, didn't he die? He was actually still alive. This person cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, and also evolved the single heavenly passage. I am actually seeing it with my own eyes. Huang, he didn't die. This place erupted with noise, discussions everywhere. Shihao reappeared, leaving many people shocked. Everyone stared at him, looking at the barrier of light around his body. That was the single heavenly passage. Its appearance was like a divine disk, a bit taller than a person's height, surrounding him within, impervious to all methods, innately invincible. He cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, and is even at the forefront of the present world methods, unprecedented in the heavenly passage realm, truly transcending above. There were many pairs of eyes that burned fiercely, their hearts feeling greatly stirred up. For them, this was someone who led the way, a pioneer of this path. The eyes of all those who wished to rise above through the heavenly passage realm began to release green light, truly wishing to throw themselves over. However, they didn't dare out of fear of angering this youth. If they provoked him, then that really would be extreme joy into sorrow. For most people, this was a living legend. If they could consult Shihao for advice, it was many times better than the personal letters of predecessors. After all, Sacred Academy's people, no matter how strong they were, they could only reach a similar level. If they could invite this person to personally speak about his experiences, then that really would be a rare opportunity. At the very least, this person was unmatched in the heavenly passage realm. With things already like this, how could Yuantang continue the challenge? He felt great admiration, because the further he went along this path, the more he felt how difficult it was to transcend above. This youth before him could do this. It really was too heaven-defying, making one feel great respect. May I follow you by your side? Yuantang spoke, feeling a bit unnatural, greatly different from his normal temperament, a bit embarrassed. I think it's still better if you don't. You have your own path. Sacred Academy is the best choice for you, Shihao said. Yuantang felt dejected. He truly wished to ask for guidance. He wouldn't mind even if he had to respect Shihao like a master. Of course, if you have any questions, we can discuss things together, Shihao said with a smile. Yuantang immediately became extremely happy. The other party called it mutual discussion, but he didn't reach that height at all. Giving him pointers sounded more right. He obviously understood the meaning of this, feeling grateful, hurriedly displaying an act of great courtesy. At this time, peace was returned to this pine tree forest. Many people heard their discussion, quite a few people revealing hopeful looks, also wishing to consult Shihao for guidance. You should bring her away. I don't want to see her again. Shihao pointed at Jean E. The mountain was completely collapsed, blood flowing out from the corners of Jean Yi's lips, laying at the foot of the mountain, her silver robes in tatters, hair disheveled, in an extremely sorry state. This time, she was seriously injured. If she wanted to recover, who knew how great of a price she would have to pay, possibly even dying from these Dao injuries. Right now, her expression was incredibly complex. If she knew this was Huang, she definitely would have avoided him, not willing to fight against him no matter what. Because this was definitely a great disaster. He cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, so how could anyone contend against him? Apart from this, he even cultivated the single heavenly passage. Truly a magnificent feat. It could be said that regardless of whether it was the ancient methods of the present world methods, this person was at the pinnacle. When Jeannie thought about everything again, she felt her scalp turn a bit numb. She actually dared to challenge this person, taking action. It truly looked like she was a bit tired of living. Right now, the others had similar thoughts, looking towards Jeannie, immediately making her face completely red. Fighting against this youth really was an act of not wanting a long life. Yuanteng lifted Jeannie, looked towards Shihao, about to say goodbye and then bring Jeannie away first. Right now, this place was extremely calm. Many people's eyes moving between Shihao and Jeannie. No one saying anything. This made Jeannie feel extremely embarrassed. Suddenly, sounds of air being broken through sounded, stirring up great winds as it arrived. It was as if a blazing sun landed, and then there was a deep blue radiance that followed. These were 2 human figures, both young men. One of them had his upper body exposed, skin extremely bright as if cast from bronze, giving off a feeling of power. Thick long hair scattered down, his body exuding a great masculine feel. Wang Yang! Someone cried out, not expecting that he would come out of seclusion at this time. The other person wore blue clothes, refined and elegant, temperament extremely outstanding, carrying a type of unique divine Tao feeling. There was a type of imposingness in his aloof appearance. Lan Meng, someone said quietly, feeling restraining fear, because this person was extremely frightening. His cultivation only above Wang Yang's, not below. The 2 of them actually arrived together, both of them surging with life energy, as if they had just emerged from seclusion. They were bathed in a layer of divine splendor, making them look extraordinary. Everyone felt a wave of reverence towards them. Wang Yang saw the immortal gold arrow with a single look, inserted into a giant rock not too far from Shihao. It flowed with 7-colored brilliance, carrying immortal mist, sacred and without flaws. This type of valuable treasure, even if it was from far away, one would immediately know that it was exceptional. It erupted with 7-colored brilliance, flowing with a dreamy type of luster. Regardless of whether it was the arrow or the shaft, they were both cast from immortal gold, beautiful to the extreme. Lan Meng's eyes similarly flickered with brilliance. When faced with this type of great treasure, there wasn't anyone who wouldn't be moved. However, they all hid it quite well. The 2 of them quickly shifted their eyes from the 7-colored immortal gold arrow, looking at the young man on the other side, and then at Jeannie, who needed a supporting hand, revealing a look of shock. Even Jeannie was defeated. This young man was not simple. This place was extremely quiet, these 2's arrival in particular making the atmosphere a bit strange. This place sank into a momentary silence. You really have quite the skill, defeating even Jeannie. Are you trying to seize the 7-colored immortal gold arrow? Lan Meng spoke. He really was tempted, truly wishing to obtain this arrow. This was especially the case right now when he saw that it was inserted into a giant rock, looking like an ownerless object, the perfect reason for him to intervene. In the surroundings, many people revealed strange looks. Was Lan Meng going to try to seize this immortal arrow? Don't try anything, it isn't yours. Shihao calmly said. It doesn't belong to me, so could it be yours? I recall that is Jin Yi's weapon. Even though she is defeated right now, that doesn't mean that you can have it. Lan Meng said. This isn't mine, it is Feng Wu's. It is going to be returned to its rightful owner. Shihao gave him a look, coldly speaking. Feng Wu, that lower realm woman? Lan Meng revealed a look of surprise, not seeming to mind it that much. He looked at Shihao, sized him up, and then said, could it be that you also came from the lower realm, coming to get revenge for her? At the same time, he began to think to himself. There was no such person among the experts he knew about. 10-crown king and exiled immortal actually didn't belong to the 3,000 Dao provinces, and Ningchuan didn't look like this. After recalling the most powerful individuals, he didn't believe there was anyone else who could stop him. Even if this person was stronger than Genie, he still wouldn't be his opponent. There were no individuals from the lower realms that were that outstanding. Correct, I came from a lower realm, precisely here to demand an explanation for Fengwu, and that was why there was a battle just now. Do you have any complaints? Sure Hao calmly asked. He already saw greed flicker past this person's eyes, desiring this great treasure. He definitely didn't have any good intentions. Came from a lower realm? Lan Meng raised his head, carrying an aloof feel. He then looked at the other party, saying, "It isn't easy for those of the lower realms to come up. You really should cherish yourselves. How can you come here and make enemies like this?" Sure Hao was a bit stunned. Did he need this person to lecture him? This was clearly some type of display of superiority. He really wanted to laugh coldly. This person didn't understand the situation at all. Who did he think he was? If he knew he was Huang, understanding his identity, he definitely wouldn't do this. Lan Meng looked towards Jean Yi, and then said, "Miss Jean Yi, did you suffer under his hands? We are both people from the 9 heavens, so I can't just stand on the side and watch, going to demand an explanation for you. This immortal Dao weapon cannot fall into his hands." It was clear that he was only taking action for the 7-colored immortal gold arrow. Everyone revealed strange expressions. What was Lan Meng trying to do? Seize the 7-colored immortal gold arrow from Huang's hands. Was he tired of living? Everyone knew that he was strong. But this was relative. He definitely wasn't Huang's opponent. Regardless of whether it was the present world methods or the ancient methods, that youth was an exceptional disciple in heavenly deity institution, someone who couldn't be won over. When Genie heard this, she remained expressionless, saying, "You can do what you want. If you can defeat him, then the arrow is yours. I don't want it." Many people became stunned. Genie really was quite vicious. This was simply trapping Lan Meng. Even though she didn't ask him to take action, wasn't this also a type of inciting and encouragement? There were some who originally wanted to open their mouths, warn Lan Meng, but when they saw Genie like this, all of them tactfully closed their mouths. It was to the extent where some became excited, looking forward to seeing Huang beat up Lan Meng, wishing to watch a good play. It was because they also chose the present world methods, all rivals, needing to compete against each other when the time came, only the most outstanding individuals able to enter Sacred Academy. If Lan Meng was seriously injured here, then that would leave them with a great chance. Heh. Lan Meng laughed, nodding and saying, "Since we are both from the 9 heavens, we naturally need to help each other out. Don't worry, I will take action. Not allow this secret treasure to be brought away by someone of the lower realm." When they heard these words, everyone's expressions changing greatly, all of them worried for him. However, no one warned him. Genie put on a fake smile, nodding, but did feel a bit of a guilty conscience in the end. She secretly gave Sure Hao a glance, discovering that he just happened to look over as well, immediately making her break out into a cold shiver. "Yuan Tang, it isn't that I'm criticizing you, but when your Dao friends from the 9 heavens above are humiliated, how can you not take action? You should have stepped forward bravely and stood up for her." Lan Meng looked towards Yuan Tang and said. Yuan Tang's face was expressionless. He really didn't want to say much. Whether Lan Meng lived or died had nothing to do with him. He didn't want to get involved. "You seem to think you can defeat me, feeling like the 7-colored immortal gold arrow is something that you deserve?" Sure Hao spoke. Heh, in the 9 heavens above, not just anyone can behave atrociously like you. You might be able to win against 1 or 2 experts, but there are many ancient families. These are not places where you can do what you please without any restraint. Lan Meng said with an indifferent voice. "For example, are you going to subdue me?" Sure Hao asked. "Correct." Lan Meng nodded, and then he turned around, looking towards Wang Yang and saying, "Dao brother, help me suppress him." Wang Yang nodded, saying, "The immortal gold arrow naturally cannot be brought away by him. You should just take action. I will watch over this place. If he wants to run, I will take action." You have your upper body exposed, looking like you are quite powerful and vigorous. Originally thought that you were an honest individual, never expecting you to show this type of greed. Really can't judge someone by their appearance. Really nothing more than this. The two of you can take action together. If either one can even injure me in the slightest, then this 7-colored immortal gold arrow is yours. Xianxia said coldly. I am going to properly deal with you. Lan Meng attacked, instantly arriving, taking action first. Wang Yang also released powerful blood energy, ready to attack at any time. Everyone became speechless, really not having anything to say. Of course, they were quite excited inside, wishing to see the following scene. Lan Meng left behind an indistinct shadow in his original location, and like a mirage, directly disappeared, and then suddenly reappeared before Xiao's eyes. Pong! He lifted his right hand that was shining with incomparable brilliance, forming a great golden millstone. This was a pure gold hand, a glorious and well-known precious technique. The power was so great that the void began to rumble with noise, this entire region starting to tremble violently. Even though they knew that Lan Meng definitely wasn't Huang's opponent, when they saw this scene, they were still a bit shocked. This person's fist was too domineering. This type of power was too terrifying. If others went up, they would definitely be beaten up into ashes. That great golden millstone had many bone texts on its surface, complex to the extreme. Lan Meng sneered. The pure gold hand was extremely mysterious, something he had previously used when exchanging pointers with Jean E, at that time blasting her until she coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. He believed that this youth was stronger than Jean E, but there was no way he could be that much stronger. After all, he couldn't be 10-crown king, exiled immortal, and people like these, so he shouldn't have any heaven-defying methods. However, he was destined for despair. Of course, during this process, he still didn't realize it, because he only saw Xiao indifferently raise his palm to slap him. Acting so carefree, yet you still want to defeat me? He laughed coldly, feeling like Xiao was courting death. Lan Meng released a light shout, his large golden millstone palm becoming even more resplendent, the symbols immediately increasing in number several times. He was going to decide victory and defeat with a single blow, display his prowess here. As a result, he forcefully increased his strength, not hesitating to activate his potential, using up a bit of innate spiritual essence. He was rather careful though, after all, Genie was defeated, so he didn't think this person was simple, so he showed no mercy with this palm. Hong! A powerful blow sounded, golden light flying in all directions, accompanied by a muffled groan. A figure with blood flowing out from his mouth and nose flew outwards. Wang Yang, who was watching over this place in the rear, originally had a calm expression, eyes deep, but now, the corners of his mouth twitched, feeling pain in Lan Meng's place. It was because Lan Meng was directly sent flying by a large earthen hand, as if a housefly had been smacked, the great power making one shiver inwardly. Ah! Lan Meng released a loud cry, smashing into a distant mountain peak. Rocks flew into the skies, grass and plants a mess, smoke and dust surging. His entire body was in great pain, his bone framework about to scatter. He was a bit stupefied. What was going on? He felt as if an archaic barbaric bull charged straight into him, making all of his bones groan, unknown just how many were broken. Apart from his chest caved in, his organs damaged, every inch of his body in pain, blood flowing outwards. This was just too ridiculous. Even if an archaic barbaric bull smashed into him, it still wouldn't produce this type of result, right? He felt as if he had been trampled on by an archaic demonic elephant. The others were stupefied as well. It wasn't that they didn't know how strong Xiao was, but after seeing this scene, they were still greatly alarmed. That was Lan Meng, an extremely powerful cultivator. He used a powerful precious technique, rushing forward boldly, his entire body vigorous with power. Yet he was slapped flying from a single strike just like that. Forget about Lan Meng being stupefied. Everyone else also became speechless when they saw this. Ah! Lan Meng released a loud shout, his body surging with blood energy, flames raging about. He stood up from a pile of rubble, his aura becoming even more powerful. He wasn't just a mediocre cultivator after all. Like a phoenix reborn from flames, all of his body's bones released loud noises, quickly connecting, displaying power at the peak of the heavenly deity level, his flesh being reformed. At this cultivation realm, one could naturally regenerate broken limbs, let alone his situation that wasn't even that serious. Who are you? I underestimated you. This matter isn't finished. Lan Meng's eyes even became red. In his surroundings, 10 great heavenly passages appeared, every single one of them carrying a sleeping nascent spirit that was wrapped in a cocoon, waiting for the time to break out. This was a combination of the heavenly passage realm and the spiritual transformation realm, what he was doing to transcend above on this path. Shihao was shocked. This individual did have some ideas, making him reveal a surprised expression, starting to become serious. Kill! Lan Meng released a short shout using his own trump card. Being humiliated like this in front of everyone put him in an extremely embarrassing situation. He didn't hesitate to use his own vitality to take action. The 10 heavenly passages appeared, those nascent spirits flying out, those cocoons breaking apart, releasing brilliant radiance from within. Then, all of the cocoon erupted, 10 nascent spirits emerging, opening their eyes, every one of them having dignified and imposing appearances. They were like the divine statues consecrated in ancient temples, divine and majestic. Hong! The instant these divine images opened their eyes, it was as if electricity shot out from their eyes, the radiance incomparably penetrating. At the same time, they formed magical imprints, blasting murderously at Shihao. Power of sacrifice. Shihao was startled. He could feel a type of sinister power. The 10 nascent spirits Lan Meng produced were a bit strange, as if this was a type of summoning method, awakening some ancient existences from heaven and earth, borrowing these nascent spirits to appear in this world. You can just go to hell now, Lan Meng shouted. The immortal energy he cultivated was also activated, winding together with the 10 nascent spirits, as if he was giving them an offering, making them more and more solemn and dignified. The strength was astonishing. The 10 great nascent spirits displayed a strange and mysterious power. This force gathered from the void, the spirits arriving from the other end of the world. It was as if there really were 10 great divine sect ancestors, all of them reviving at this moment. Shihao released a cold snort. He stood there, not moving at all. 3 great Tao flowers appeared above his head, blossoming there, moreover releasing an ancient scripture sound. Tao to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3. This was one of the most simple and an ancient true meanings, and right now it was fully displayed. 3 great Tao flowers moved about, shining brilliantly. 3 to all things, natural laws gushing out, divine chains of order interweaving. In that instant, divine light seemed to flood this place. Immortal mists sweeping about, dazzling multicolored light pouring down, immediately sweeping through the 10 nascent spirits. Ah! Lan Meng released a miserable scream. This time it was just too disastrous. He used the most powerful methods, believing he could suppress that youth, never expecting that his 10 great nascent spirits would be completely destroyed. His 10 heavenly passages also starting to crack, almost exploding. Pong! Lan Meng flew outwards, and during this process, 3 heavenly passages exploded one after the other, divine multicolored light soaring. The scene was horrifying. His complexion was pale, unable to stand again. These injuries were just too serious. If he wanted to reconstruct the heavenly passages, the difficulty was too great. Right now, he almost felt like he would rather be dead than alive. It seems like you won't be able to bring the immortal gold arrow away, Genie said, somewhat taking joy in his disaster. She naturally knew that the other party took action precisely out of greed over the great treasure, not to help her at all. Lan Meng long spat out who knew how much blood. But now, another wah sounded, continuously coughing out several mouthfuls, completely infuriated by Genie. This woman was too vicious, actually daring to trap him. 3 great Tao flowers appeared above the youth's head. This was a young supreme being. How could Lan Meng be his opponent? There was no way unless he entered Sacred Academy and transcended above. Meanwhile, Jean E actually didn't tell him, instead inciting and encouraging him to seize the immortal gold arrow. Lan Meng felt like he was a clown, actually challenging a supreme being with 3 strands of immortal energy. "You vile woman," Lan Meng berated Jean E. "It was you yourself who was too greedy." Jean E laughed coldly. "Also you, what do you want to do?" Shi Hao spoke, walking forward, blocking Wang Yang's path. "I am not your opponent," Wang Yang said with a low voice. His upper body was exposed, his muscles winding about his body like small snakes, skin a bronze color, full of strength. This was a somewhat wild-looking man. However now, his head was completely lowered. When facing Shi Hao, all of his insolent and conceited behavior was restrained, not daring to say much at all anymore. "How will we know unless you have a try against me? Didn't you say that this immortal gold arrow has to be left in the 9 heavens? However, the day will come when I will bring it back to the lower realm," Shi Hao said with a flat tone. Wang Yang's face was extremely ugly. He now truly hated the surrounding crowd a bit. There was actually no one who warned them before, leaving him in this type of extremely bad situation. "If you don't use immortal energy, I am willing to fight against you." Finally, Wang Yang said it like this because he was already forced to this extent. If he didn't take action, what kind of face did he have left? "As you please." Shi Hao directly restrained the 3 strands of immortal energy, and then walked forward with large steps. When Wang Yang saw this, his eyes erupted with cold lightning, carrying a type of unruliness, as well as a type of madness. His body surged with an aura, as if floodgates were crashed through, as if a true dragon was emerging from the abyss. In that instant, the utmost yang aura covered heaven and earth, the void about to be melted, the surrounding mountain rocks long turned into magma, the aura just too frightening. Even Shi Hao was as bit shocked. This person's blood energy was vigorous after all, ridiculously powerful. Even though it couldn't compare to him, it was still extremely astonishing. This was completely produced by Wang Yang's blood energy. He brandished his arms, forming magical imprints, rushing murderously at Shi Hao. Shi Hao stood there without moving. A screen of light appeared around his body. That was the single heavenly passage, silent and still. He stood there, allowing Wang Yang to charge at him like a mad beast. Hung long. The heavens shook and earth moved. The endless magical imprints, precious techniques, and countless bone texts interweaved, smashing down towards Shi Hao, but he was perfectly unharmed. It truly was innately invincible protection against all methods. The single heavenly passage couldn't be broken through, difficult to penetrate. The corners of Wang Yang's mouth twitched. He opened his mouth, his face full of bitterness. Then, with a hong sound, he was blasted flying. The single heavenly passage shone, bright and resplendent. He received serious injuries, that single heavenly passage breaking many of his bones. In that instant, regardless of whether it was Wang Yang of Lan Meng, they both knew who this was, feeling great bitterness inside. They were trapped truly miserably this time, truly wishing they could kill Jean E. The 2 of them were just too sullen. Everything they did just now was like a huge joke. How could they challenge this person? This was just seeking death. This person who was even banished by Supreme Being Yuanqing to Origin Ancient Mind didn't die. How could they then defeat him? Only who would have expected him to come alive, moreover right here? The 2 of them were full of resentment. "I want to know, that person from Immortal Battlefield, was that you?" Wang Yang was unwilling to accept this situation, asking this. He possessed a beast-like keenness, noticing something. "Correct." Shi Hao nodded, acknowledging his words here. "The one at Wang Shi's side was you?" Wang Yang couldn't help but cry out. "Correct." Shi Hao gave a conclusive reply. At this moment, forget about Wang Yang, even Lan Meng, Yuantang, Jini, and the others were stupefied. They immediately woke up, fully understanding. If he wasn't Huang, then who else could he be? Killing the 3-headed king, cutting down the void beast. These were all true, all done by Huang. Someone shouted. Previously, many people had their doubts, not really believing that it was Wuxia's follower who did this, but now they all understood. This person was Huang, he had that type of strength. Moreover, in the end, he even had a falling out with the Wang family, not fearing them at all. Many people were shocked, fully understanding now. They couldn't help but be shocked. This freakishly powerful fella had entered the academy a long time ago. Huang came. The news immediately swept through this entire mountain range. All those who weren't cultivating in seclusion heard the news. Those who cultivated present world methods really weren't in the minority. A great commotion erupting in this place. Pine trees towered about. Many people coming to Feng Wu's residence, wishing to see what Huang looked like. As for the people who were here before, they were even more so surrounded, everyone asking them what just happened. However, right now, Hao already disappeared from this place. Definitely didn't want to be watched by others like a monkey. He followed Qingyi and Feng Wu to meet some old friends. Waha! You didn't die as expected. This was the little rabbit's brash and unrestrained laughter after coming out of seclusion. She carried that snow-white little Qilin beast, jumping and hopping as she ran out of an ancient cave. She was still like before, a happy-go-lucky person. Her silver hair hung down to her waist, so shiny it could be used as a mirror, her face delicate and fine, large eyes like rubies. Right now, she was cheerful and light-hearted like a little bird. The little Qilin beast in her arms released woo-woo sounds, protesting out of dissatisfaction. The pitiful little immortal beast really was completely mistreated right now. Towards this matter, Heavenly Deity Institution's elders really felt quite upset and distressed. They had previously called over the lunar jade rabbit several times to talk about this, but she treated this completely like empty air. If not for this little Qilin being extremely clingy, deciding to only follow her, the Academy's elders would have long directly seized it with darkened faces, moreover properly punishing her. This was precisely the reason why the little rabbit's status was somewhat unique, a bit special, no one willing to provoke her. Even after Jean Yi and the others knew she went into seclusion, none of them came to disturb her. What? Older sis Feng Wu was bullied? Why didn't you come looking for me? I'll directly smash them to death. The little rabbit glared with her large red eyes, shouting fiercely. This naturally frightened the little Qilin, making it shrink its neck. If she really decided to smack someone, it would definitely be used like a brick again. Thrown out, it was like this every time. I just knew that that person was definitely you, the lunar jade rabbit said, staring at Hao, long suspecting that that person by Wuxia's side was him, now receiving confirmation. Soon afterwards, the other cultivators from the 3,000 provinces all came out of seclusion, hurrying here, for example, spirit clans Zhengu, Firegold clans Tengyi, and others. Unfortunately, Chao Yuxing, Chang Gongyan, and the others didn't immediately appear, because they entered long-term seclusion. That area was quite safe, however, with elders watching over it. If those who entered that area didn't come out themselves, then outsiders couldn't disturb them. In the end, Hao headed there to see that elder. Only after discussing with him for a long time were Chao Yuxing and Chang Gongyan called out. Haha! Really never thought it would be like this. Even though you were targeted by that old thing Yuan Qing, you still managed to swagger your way over, moreover stir up such a great disturbance. The little fatty Chao Yuxing laughed loudly and said. Even though he had always believed that Hao was still alive and not dead, when he heard the real details it was still a bit shocking. The group of people surrounded a bonfire, enjoying wine while chatting, talking about the things that happened during this time. Many of them felt discontent and resentful. It was because there were some cultivators in the 9 heavens above who were acting against them, quite a few people injured because of these events truly upsetting. Chao Yuxing shouted with AOAO sounds, expressing that he was going to get revenge. Others who had just came out from seclusion like Chang Gongyan and Dragon Girl were also resentful, wishing to take action and fight back. There's no need, Hao already took action just now, instantly subduing 4 great experts. No one else will come looking for trouble. Feng Wu laughed and said. She was the real victim, but she already fully vented her resentment. She didn't want to make things any bigger to avoid the two sides truly opposing each other. The world is about to change greatly. The foreign experts might come slaughtering over at any time. Persisting on the small grudges in the 9 heavens 10 earths truly is a bit unnecessary. Dragon Girl said. Everyone became silent, all of them knowing that the future was terrifying. Not many people able to survive through the impending crisis. This topic was just too heavy. Big brother, what happened after you went inside Origin Ancient Mine? How did you break free? Xianxia also came, a silver armor covering his body. Now, he had grown taller, already matured. Even though he was still preoccupied with some matters, using Xianxia as his goal, frantically chasing after him, it already wasn't like before where he was full of prejudice. Of course, at the bottom of his heart, there were still some different emotions. Origin Ancient Mine, that was a mysterious land. It was too ancient, existing even before Immortal Ancient Great Era. Last time, even though Xianxia went inside, he didn't reach its end. That place was too mysterious, full of dangers. There was no way he could completely explore it. His greatest gain during that experience was the 6 Tao Reincarnation's ancient heavenly art inheritance. Xianxia selectively explained things, everyone's eyes flickering with radiance when they heard this. Haha. There were quite a few people from the academy who went last time, but several dozen of them were captured by someone in the ancient mine, and then forgotten about. Turns out it was all done by you. Many people roared with laughter. Now that you revealed your identity, those people will know what happened soon, because you were previously sent into the ancient mine by Yuan Qing. A few people revealed smiles. In reality, a great commotion was raised last time. A group of people were turned into captives, and in the end, even though they were lucky enough to break free, it still produced quite the disturbance. In fact, just now, the others here had already mentioned this matter, all realizing who it was that took action back then in Origin Ancient Mine. Yuan Qing, this person is a big problem. Brother Shi, you need to be careful. Chang Gongyan reminded. Everyone knew this even if he didn't mention it. If this person didn't die, he would definitely be a huge threat for Xianxia. Back then, he already dared to target Xianxia, so once he found out he was still alive, he would likely start plotting things. His descendant Yuan Feng died in Immortal Battlefield. Don't tell me that was done by you too? The little fatty Chao Yuxing said with suspicion. When they heard him say this, the others were all shocked. If this really was the case, then things were much more troublesome. Xianxia didn't say anything. Yuan Feng was naturally personally killed by him. Even though he took action with a face others didn't recognize, if one carefully thought about it, the truth couldn't be hidden. It was because he was Huang. If he came out alive and he previously visited Immortal Battlefield, just this bit of information was already enough. Everyone knew that there was great enmity between him and Yuan Qing. A young supreme being like him had even killed the 3-headed king, so how could he let Yuan Feng go? Not good. Yuan Qing wouldn't take things lying down. I heard that he cared greatly about that descendant. Now that he was killed like this, he will definitely be furious. Feng Wu said with a sigh. He wouldn't dare take action rashly, Xianxia said. With the Great Elder protecting him, he believed that Yuan Qing wouldn't dare act recklessly in the academy. However, he was frowning, feeling a type of worry, because it wasn't as simple as just killing Yuan Feng. He had also killed Feng Xingtian, the Wind Clan's young supreme being. It was to the extent where Feng Xingtian's 6th uncle, a powerful great figure, Feng Zhao, also died because of the Emperor Butterfly in Immortal Battlefield. These were all great karma. If the Wind Clan learned of this, they would definitely go crazy. One could well imagine that Wind Clan was already furious. Once they found out Xianxia appeared in Heavenly Deity Institution, their eyes would likely become red. Xianxia didn't regret his actions. He acted the way he did precisely to make the Wind Clan feel distress, intentionally killing Feng Xingtian. It was because the reason why Yuan Qing suppressed him, sending him to Origin Ancient Mind, was due to Wind Clan's inciting. Wind Clan, this was a huge power, the 3rd most ancient long-life family. Not many people dared oppose them. With the great chaos about to begin, how can there be any internal strife? I believe if those people do not act properly, the Great Elder and others will definitely take action powerfully, wiping them out in one go. Qingyi said. Xianxia laughed, not continuing this topic, instead turning towards the lunar jade rabbit and asking, what is the deal with the little Qilin? He had many questions. He had previously heard that this Qilin seemed to have some intimacy with Ningchuan as well. The most important thing was that when Hao experienced that dream back to Immortal Ancient, he had previously met this little snow-white Qilin. This fella almost betrayed me, but I was still the one with the most charisma, not paying that stupid Ningchuan who was prettier than a girl any more attention. The little rabbit said with some complaint. There were some who said that Ningchuan had Qilin blood in him, the bloodline almost tracing back to its ancestors, which was why the little Qilin's attention was captured. There were others who said that Ningchuan might be a reincarnated white Qilin. However, there was one thing that they were sure of, and that was that Ningchuan grasped one of the Vicious 10, the Qilin's precious technique. Do you recognize me? After releasing a sigh, Hao looked at the snow-white Qilin young beast. He began to think back to the scenes when he went on a mental journey back to Immortal Ancient's final days. Those geniuses who were at the prime of their lives withered away prematurely, dying one after another before his eyes. It was just too much of a pity, making his heart feel sore even when he thought about it now. A bit familiar. I seem to have seen you before in a dream. Back then, there was another pure little older sister who carried me. The young Qilin beast transmitted sound. Hao's nose felt sour, his heart shaken. This little Qilin was the one from back then after all. It didn't reincarnate but was lucky enough to survive from the past, sealed until now. He still recalled the scene of its past owner smiling helplessly while carrying it, collapsing into a pool of blood, the scene extremely sad and bleak. Hao's eyes felt sore, saying bitterly, "Who else do you still remember?" There was Phoenix Girl, that young man with the immortal gold sword on his back, and many others, only my memory is becoming a bit blurry. I really want to cry. The snow-white little Qilin began to weep in grief. The woo-woo sounds extremely emotional. It was extremely sad. Hao gently caressed it. He wanted to learn about Immortal Ancient's events through it. I still remember what Without End Great One looks like, vaguely able to recall 6 Dao Reincarnation's King's appearance. There's also Great Scarlet Skylord, but I was still small back then. After all this time, many things have become blurry. The young white Qilin beast whimpered, recounting in a quiet voice, sparkling teardrops continuously falling from its large eyes, feeling extremely sad and broken-hearted. Those were all people from endless years ago. Now, there was a veil of mystery around them, all of them previously paramount beings in Immortal Ancient Great Era. However, this young beast had the fortune of meeting them before, only at that time it had just been born, so there was no way it could understand that many inner details, and there was no way those people would tell it these secrets. There were many others too, all of them heavenly talents from different clans. I've almost forgotten what they looked like. Hao always felt that things were a bit strange. Since the foreign creatures already defeated all of the creatures in this world, killing countless people, why did they ultimately withdraw? After endless time passed, everything was going to come full circle. Why was this? What had been hidden? Was it that this ancient land was inauspicious, hiding some type of disaster so they couldn't stay here for long term? Or was it due to other reasons? This was a question that he really wanted an answer to. Back then, the things I knew were limited, not knowing about the details. There seemed to be some reason, but those great ones always kept it a secret, not willing to talk about it no matter how much they were asked. The white Qilin youth said, "There is no point in looking into old matters. Those people have all returned to the earth, we can only look forward." This place was quite busy, everyone discussing things freely, comparing Dao methods, speculating when the great changes to this world were going to arrive. At the same time, their conversations also touched upon Sacred Academy and Immortal Academy. Ningchuan was in this mountain range as well, but he didn't come out this entire time, regardless of whether it was when the 9 Heavens cultivators and those from the 3,000 provinces were fighting or even before, he had never made an appearance. He actually chose the present world methods. Hao revealed a look of shock. Yi is also like this. After he went into seclusion, he never made an appearance again. Chao Yuxing said. A while back, there were people who had previously asked Yi about this. At that time, he said that present world methods were the foundation, the source where the foundation of his Dao was. Since he was born in the present world, How could he not cultivate present world methods? Sacred Academy and Immortal Academy's people will arrive soon. When that time comes, outstanding heroes will be selected to join the two academies. Someone brought up this topic, all of them looking forward to it. It was because regardless of whether it was Jinyi, Lanmeng, Wang Yang, or the others, even though they looked powerful compared to the people from those two academies, they weren't anything at all. For example, at the peak of the present world methods, those were merely imperfect personal letters passed around in Sacred Academy. The people here were merely following a path those people had already walked. In short, the difference was just too great. The imperfect writings of another, just a portion of the insights and experiences was already like this, so one could see how frightening the true Sacred Academy was. Everyone who cultivated there were individuals who broke through the limits of the great cultivation realms. If Brother Shi heads for the two academies, you might encounter some troubles. Yuan Qing came from there, knowing quite some people. Chang Gongyan said. News of this had long been released. Yuan Qing was originally quite the astonishing individual in the past, but his performance wasn't enough and he was ultimately abandoned. Ever since everyone learned of this matter, the two academies' reputation was like thunder that crashed down from the sky, leaving everyone shaken up. The glorious Yuan Qing possessed frightening strength, could now also be considered a great figure. It was rumored that he already had 1 foot in the supreme being realm, incomparably terrifying. However, this type of powerful person was abandoned by the two academies. They just couldn't imagine how frightening the people there were. Indeed, I have also heard that even though Yuan Qing separated from there, he knows quite a few people there. If I head there will likely be many unpredictable variables. Shi Hao frowned. However, if one doesn't enter the two academies, it will be difficult to comprehend the paths they have taken. One's own intelligence and strength will always be limited. Those places have people who researched methods generation after generation, all the most optimal paths for breaking through the limits of the Tao, worth heading to, Chao Yuxing said. Towards immortal ancient methods, Shi Hao was actually not all that interested, because he had jade scriptures on him, something he acquired from the 3000 Tao province's immortal ancient remains. Only the present world methods left him feeling a bit helpless. Aside from those two academies, the outside world likely didn't have many scriptures to use as reference, as they were created by those from the present world. Yuan Qing is nothing more than an abandoned disciple, so how much power can he have? Will he be able to affect the cultivators of the two academies? Also, did he come from Sacred Academy or Immortal Academy? Feng Wu asked. There was a rumor that he was originally a disciple of Sacred Academy, but because he wasn't good enough, he was given up on. However, one of his teachers sent him to Immortal Academy, wishing for him to walk another path to try and make up for this. In the end, he still left Immortal Academy. Right at this time, an elder walked over. The information he spoke of left everyone shocked. This Yuan Qing was not simple after all, actually coming from two academies. The number of people he knew was definitely not few. This is especially the case with Sacred Academy. Forget about that teacher of his. He has a senior brother who already became a great figure, having a respected status in Sacred Academy, at the level of an elder. The elder who arrived said. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but gasp. This was not some good news. Shi Hao's gaze was deep. He asked this elder for guidance, saying, Are there people from the Wind Clan in these two academies? Of course, after endless time had passed, many heaven-warping figures appeared in this world. However, regardless of how the eras changed, how people come and go, long-life families have remained powerful. A few stunning individuals naturally appeared within them, a few old freaks secretly bringing them into the two academies. Heavenly deity institutions, elder said. Shi Hao's mind sunk. This was not some good news. He felt like the reason why the Wind Clan dared to rashly ask Yuan Qing to take action was likely because there were people in the two academies who knew Yuan Qing, still having some connection. He felt hesitation. Should he even enter these two academies? He didn't wish to be targeted by others for no reason. Even though there were exceptional experts, unimaginable old freaks, a place worth heading to, there were some people who were extremely dangerous for him to be around. If they wanted to harm him, it was easy for them to take action. In fact, trouble arrived extremely quickly. After just a few days had passed, someone arrived in Heavenly Deity Institution, wishing to meet with Shi Hao. During these past few days, Shi Hao was quite relaxed. After grasping the million symbols, he had spent this time consolidating his learning, preparing for the trip to Realm Tomb, wishing to obtain an immortal seed. When the time came, he could start studying the jade scripture he had on him. However, this very day someone came looking for him. Shi Hao, you should try to stay away. That is rumored to precisely be Yuan Qing's heir, wishing to interrogate you. Feng Wu said, her expression grave. This person is coming with bad intentions. You have to be careful. Chao Yuxing also reminded. During these past few days, Shi Hao had remained in this mountain range. Apart from consolidating his cultivation, they would get together to enjoy divine wine. Shi Hao's eyes flickered. He knew why the other party was here. It was definitely because Yuan Feng was killed, dying in a mortal battlefield, making Yuan Feng furious. Why didn't Yuan Qing personally come? Shi Hao asked. He likely doesn't dare go too far either. This is Heavenly Deity Institution after all. If he dares take action here, he will likely anger the Great Elder, and thus be forcefully suppressed. Chang Gongyan said. Shi Hao nodded. The Great Elder wasn't a simple character, one of the few powerful beings in the 9 heavens 10 earths. Not even the old freaks in the 2 academies dared to lightly offend him. Where is Shi Hao? An important person from the Yuan clan wishes for you to go to him. At this time, someone came, his expression a bit strange. Once news got out, a discussion broke out in this mountain region. Many people knew what was happening. Those who had previously suffered at Shi Hao's hands took delight in his current predicament, waiting for a play to watch. Why do I have to meet him? Forget it. Shi Hao clearly refused. But this is an emissary Yuan Qing Supreme being sent over. You aren't willing to meet him. The messenger's expression fell. What emissary? Couldn't care less. I don't feel like meeting anyone from the Yuan family. Shi Hao's face became downcast. He added, I recall Yuan Qing is only a half-supreme being, not breaking through yet. What are you calling him a supreme being for? This wasn't as simple as a direct rejection, but also a type of direct and forceful attitude. He was opposing Yuan Qing, displaying great dissatisfaction. In the surroundings, many cultivators followed the messenger here, wishing to see Shi Hao's reaction. There were some people who wanted to watch the drama, but now they were all shocked. Are there some people who are taking joy in this disaster, thinking Yuan family's people will deal with me? Shi Hao looked around. Those people hurriedly lowered their heads, not daring to anger this monster. Brother Shi, it is Yuan Qing Supreme Being's emissary that came after all. So you should just welcome and meet with him. The messenger spoke up again. Welcome and meet? Get lost. Shi Hao berated. He felt a wave of fury inside, truly angering others too far. Yuan Qing had previously dealt with him, wishing to suppress him for 10 years, afterwards even taking vicious action, deporting him to Origin Ancient Mine, hoping for him to die there, yet he actually sent an emissary here with this type of high attitude. This is no good. A descendant of Yuan Qing Supreme Being died, rumored to have something to do with you. You aren't going to explain yourself, the messenger said. Pong! Shi Hao's foot directly kicked out, sending his body smashing heavily into a mountain. Yuan Qing was the first one who took action against me, wishing to cut short my Dao path. Now, he even has the face to send someone to interrogate me? Shi Hao said with a cold expression. That person smashed into the mountain, blood coming out from his mouth and nose, unable to crawl up for a long time, his injuries rather serious. The people nearby shivered inwardly, all of them aware that Huang was a cultivation genius, his natural talents exceptional. Not many people in Heavenly Deity Institution could compare to him. However, they didn't expect his temper to be this great, not placing Yuan Qing's emissary in his eyes at all, not going out to welcome him. Your actions will make Yuan Qing Supreme Being angry. He will kill you. Even if you are at the top of the younger generation, you still can't stop even a finger from Yuan Qing. The one laying at the foot of the mountain trembled, pointing at Shi Hao with his finger. He was truly angry and resentful, originally thinking that he would be shown respect, yet was kicked like this, many of his bones broken. His teeth were clenched, expression ashen. Are you trying to sweet-talk Yuan Qing and enter Sacred Academy through this? Shi Hao looked at him coldly, and then gave him another slap from the distance. With a pung sound, that person flew out gain. As a result, there was no more activity from him. That person fainting, unable to budge an inch. The surrounding people originally came in to join in the action, believing that Yuan Qing's emissary would suppress Shi Hao, none of them expecting this scene. This youth was truly quite arrogant, not even meeting that so-called emissary and giving the messenger a vicious beating. When Shi Hao's eyes swept over, many people shivered inwardly, a few of them who harbored bad intentions even more so trembling, their bodies feeling extremely uncomfortable. Huang. Shi Hao, you really are quite daring. From the distance, a voice sounded, rumbling like thunder, the sound waves engulfing the skies like a tide, leaving everyone shaken up. Everyone shivered inwardly, immediately knowing who that was. That emissary came. Shi Hao naturally knew that this was Yuan Qing's son. After seeing how he acted just now, he became furious. Only Shi Hao felt a similar wave of anger within. What was this place? It was Heavenly Deity Institution, yet Yuan Qing's son dared to act so unbridled, forcing his way over. Who is being so noisy, daring to howl like this in the academy? Are you tired of living? Shi Hao directly berated. Huang, are you talking to me? You really are too arrogant. Are you trying to end your own prospects? That person shouted from the distance, carrying a wave of awe, as if he was berating a lacking disciple, fierce and domineering. Who are you? Heavenly Deity Institution won't tolerate your shameless and atrocious behavior. Shi Hao shouted, putting on a look as if he was looking down on this world, his attitude extremely tall as he faced the one who had arrived. Impudent! You dare speak like this to me? That person appeared. He was dressed in gray robes, his build thin, figure tall. This was an elder, currently walking over with large steps. At first, he had a bit of aloof temperament, but upon closer inspection, when his eyes opened and closed, radiance shot out in all directions, clearly not a simple individual. Who are you calling impudent? Do you really think you are the lord of this place? Too insolent. At this time, Shi Hao opposed him with equal harshness, not showing any sign of weakness. He felt a wave of anger. Yuan Qing's emissary went too far, actually coming to Heavenly Deity Institution to berate him. If it was a different place, he would likely just directly kill him. It truly was intolerable. He naturally acted fiercely in response. If the other party dared to behave atrociously here, then he truly wasn't giving Heavenly Deity Institution's powerful figures any face. Truly bold. The gray-clad individual walked over, already not far. His gaze was cold, shattering the immortal Tao aura, his eyes looking quite cold. Ignorant old thing, you are the one who is daring. What are you shouting all arrogantly here for? Are you unwilling or unsatisfied, wishing to challenge the dignity of the elders here? Shi Hao criticized. Everyone became a bit stupefied. This fella truly was ridiculously bold, actually this fierce when dealing with a sect master-level individual, loudly condemning him. You little evil thing, lacking the slightest bit of respect, actually daring to act so rudely after seeing an older generation come. I might just have to teach you a lesson. Yuan Hong berated, his face falling. While speaking, his sleeves moved out, forming a gray expanse. This entire heaven and earth were shrouded. This was a great divine ability, world sleeve. The great sleeve swept out, sucking everything in heaven and earth inside, even more so aiming to refine Shi Hao, having him suffer. Chi! Shi Hao moved his Kuan Peng wings, instantly leaving his original location, appearing in the depths of the mountain range, his speed fast to the extreme. Younger generation, you showed me disrespect, yet you still wish to leave? Yuan Hong laughed coldly. Who exactly is it who is acting unbridled? There are elders here. How can they tolerate you acting viciously? You still aren't getting lost. Shi Hao berated. It was because he already arrived on a mountain peak. There was an elder seated on a praying mat here, his appearance ordinary, extremely calm, but right now he suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Yuan Hong and berating, "Impudent! Dong!" The so-called world in sleeve under this shout instantly scattered. Yuan Hong's body staggered, the spacious sleeve shattering. "Old thing, keep acting fierce. Why are you stopping now?" Sure Hao said coldly, provoking him head-on. "Senior, it is not that I've acted with impudence, but it is because this little evil is too disrespectful, continuously provoking me, so I had no choice but to take action." Yuan Hong defended himself. "When have I ever treated you rudely? It was you who continuously forced me. Where do you think this place is?" Yuan Qing's backyard. "Daring to come here to interrogate me," Sure Hao said. On the mountain peak, fifth elder who was seated on the praying mat didn't speak, looking extremely calm, his expression not changing in the slightest. "I only wish to ask how my nephew Yuan Feng died in a mortal battlefield. But you avoided me, so I have reason to believe that you harmed him," Yuan Hong said. "Bring out your proof." Sure Hao shot him a look of disdain, and then coldly said, "Your senior Yuan Qing who doesn't want any face previously schemed against me, wishing to suppress me for 10 years, cutting off my Tao path. These are things the entire world knows about, yet you have the face to come here to interrogate me, wanting a so-called explanation, truly laughable. If I were you, I would make myself scarce right now. You really are unbridled, not knowing the difference between life and death." The gray-robed Yuan Hong loudly berated, and then added, "You don't want to enter Sacred Academy, Immortal Academy anymore? Are you threatening me?" Yuan family truly is bold, even able to speak for Sacred Academy and Immortal Academy. Sure Hao mocked. "I only have one question. Did you kill Yuan Feng?" The gray-robed individual asked coldly. "None of your fucking business." Sure Hao only had this line, angering Yuan Feng until his hair and beard all stood on end. "Why do you have to act like this?" The gray-robed individual shouted angrily. Everyone knew what was going on, but Sure Hao just felt it beneath him to reply. Instead, questioning with a loud voice, "Yuan Qing bullied others intolerably, already at his age, yet wants to harm a younger generation youth. I still wanted to ask your Yuan family about this. Why did Yuan Qing vainly try to suppress me for 10 years, later on even try to kill me? Shouldn't your Yuan family give me an explanation?" The gray-robed Yuan Hong's face fell. This truly was a disgraceful and disrespectful youth, not having the slightest bit of respect, simply about to anger him to death. Yuan Hong looked towards the elder seated on the mountain, and then said, "I must ask Senior to permit me to interrogate him. My Yuan family's disciple died extremely unjustly, so I have to investigate it to its end. What do you wish to do?" Heavenly Deity Institution's elder opened his eyes, asking, "I wish to search his sea of consciousness, or ask Elder to take action so the truth can come to light." Yuan Hong said, "Elder, please make your decision. Yuan family's ignorant old thing Yuan Qing has previously harmed me, stopping a disciple from entering the academy. Please capture and arrest him." Sure Hao also spoke up. Everyone was stunned. This fellow really dared to say anything, directly asking to deal with Yuan Qing. "You truly are daring. Are you tired of living?" Yuan Hong scolded furiously, secretly raising his right palm. "Senior, please take action. The Yuan family is arrogant and oppressive, not only wishing to prevent me from joining the academy, even sending a trifling emissary over to try and use violence against me. I ask Senior to help me. Let the two of us fight in the same cultivation realm." Sure Hao said. "Fine." Heavenly Deity Institution's fifth elder nodded, actually easily agreeing. Hong. Immediately afterwards, Sure Hao's body felt comfortably warm, as if a wave of warm feeling was infused into his body. Then, his entire body's magical force surged, his cultivation reaching a shocking level. Sure Hao was shocked, finding this result hard to believe. In that instant, he obtained sect master level cultivation, everything granted by fifth elder. Even though it was temporary, Sure Hao immediately obtained a brand new experience. Ears sharp, eyes keen. His body light and powerful, cultivation profound. divine senses immeasurable. Hong. Immediately afterwards, Shihao took action, throwing himself at that gray-robed male. "You dare take action against me?" Yuan Hong said coldly, taking action to face him. "You think you are anything special? Sooner or later, I will remove Yuan Qing's head," Shihao said coldly. "Courting death," the gray-robed individual roared out, his palm and fingers like rainbows, shooting out 10 streaks of divine light. They carried a hazy mist, quickly shooting over. Shua! Shihao released the single heavenly passage, impervious to all methods. The 10 streaks of light merged into the heavenly massage, refined into innate spiritual essence. This was the magical force and cultivation of sect master-level magical force. Shihao's confidence immediately surged. Feeling like this was inconceivable, directly dissolving all of the other party's attacks. Hong. In the next instant, Shihao displayed the Kuan Peng fist, 3 strands of immortal energy revolving around his arm. Indistinct and horrifying. A fist smashed over murderously. Following this collision, Yuan Hong released a muffled groan. Even though his magical force was great, cultivation more profound than Shihao's, he was about to be defeated on the spot. Yuan Hong felt as if he was struck by lightning, coughing out several mouthfuls of blood. "Old thing, you aren't enough. The Yuan family's people are trash after all." Shihao released a second fist. It still carried immortal energy, incomparably divine. Pong! This time, Yuan Hong coughed out a large mouthful of blood with a wah sound. His entire body flew outwards, smashing into a stone mountain, his complexion incredibly pale. He was an expert with sect master-level strength. Yet he wasn't a match for a youth with magical force infused into him. This was just too much of a disgrace. Truly disappointing, just this bit of skill. Yet you dare behave so atrociously in heavenly deity institution, boasting shamelessly? Who are you trying to discipline in Yuan Qing's place? Even the current you can be an emissary? Seems like Yuan Qing isn't all that either. If I was in the same cultivation realm as him, I'll beat him into dead dog. Shihao ridiculed. Yuan Hong felt like his lungs were going to explode. This youth actually dared to look down on him like this, even more so humiliating his father Yuan Qing. Pong! Shihao's third fist smashed over. Yuan Hong did his best to evade, but he was still hit. All of the bones in his body released explosive noises, releasing polypala sounds, many of them immediately shattering. "Senior, are you just going to watch this little evil act viciously?" Yuan Hong shouted. Many people were nearby. When they saw this scene, they were stupefied. Yuan Hong was basically asking for help. This was completely different from his previous domineering entrance. The events quite different from what everyone expected. Even if Yuan Qing came, he wouldn't put on as much airs as you. Yet someone like you dares to act so unbridled here? These were Fifth Elder's words, his eyes coldly sweeping towards Yuan Hong. Everyone was stupefied. This was a clear act of bias, sheltering Shihao, not giving the Yuan family the slightest bit of face. What Senior is trying to say is that if even some random snake or cow can even behave atrociously, then this place would be a joke. "Just wait for the day when I beat the shit out of Yuan Qing," Shihao said while laughing loudly. The way things developed exceeded everyone's expectations. The Yuan family came with an arrogant attitude, demanding to see Shihao incredibly overbearing, yet the result now was that he got beaten on the spot. Just how much time had passed? The changes were just too fast, leaving one speechless, a bit stupefied. What kind of place do you take heavenly deity institution for? A place where one can bully the weak as the strong? Making all that noise, if you all aren't taught a proper lesson, are you all going to flatten this place? Taking this as a place belonging to Yuan family? Shihao's lips curled. Pong! Shihao's foot kicked out. Yuan Hong released a miserable scream, his body flying out diagonally, smashing into a several 100,000 gene giant boulder, and then fell down, blood continuously flowing out from the corners of his mouth. The change in situation really was too fast. The originally domineering and arrogant Yuan Hong was beaten to this state, unable to resist at all. his bones broken and muscles snapped. "Hey, can you stop pretending to be dead? Aren't you here to represent Yuan Qing? Can it be that Yuan Qing really is just this disappointing?" Shihao walked up, and then gave him 2 more kicks, beating Yuan Hong until his eyes rolled back, almost fainting. "Having no sense of propriety like this, taking action against me, you won't be able to live for long," Yuan Hong said hatefully. He was truly angered badly. His status was extremely high, originating from the Yuan clan, yet in the end he was beaten so viciously. For a great expert like him, this really left him too sullen. He was so angry his entire body was shaking, almost fainting. "Still having such a hard mouth? Your Yuan family has done all those hateful things again and again, yet you still have the nerve to act arrogant here. I'm going to beat you into a pig head," Shihao said. He walked up, lifted Yuan Hong by the collar, and then raised his palm, starting to slap his face. The Polypila sounds were loud and clear, as if bamboo clapperboards were being used. Yuan Hong was spouting smoke from all 7 orifices, to the extent where even his brain was about to release smoke. He had never suffered this type of humiliation before. Being beaten by a younger generation like this, it was beyond intolerable. He struggled intensely, his eyes releasing flames, truly wishing to immediately kill Shihao. This was polar opposite from his usual immortal Dao appearance. "Pa!" Shihao definitely wouldn't act too politely. His palm delivering another vicious round of slapping without saying a word, beating him until his head was spinning, unable to tell east from west, his eyes seeing stars, ears ringing. "Little bastard, you dare to humiliate me like this? You can forget about entering Sacred Academy in this life, and you can give up on going to Immortal Academy either. You won't ever have the chance to cultivate exceptional methods. Just stop here." Yuan Hong was furious, threatening loudly. "Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to speak in those 2 academies' place? Since you insist on being so hard-mouthed, then enjoy some more slaps," Shihao said, Pai-Pa sounds following without hesitation. "Brat, you can show off and boast all you want here, but when you enter the 2 academies, you'll wish you were dead rather than alive. All of the experts there will suppress you together. You can't beg for life or death." Yuan Hong roared, his eyes filled with bloody wisps. He was truly going crazy from anger, feeling no more reservations, both his arms and legs moving, regardless of whether he had strength at all, only wishing to kill Shihao, completely losing all reason. Shihao didn't waste any words with him, just continuing to hit him. This time, Yuan Hong's face fully distorted, the teeth in his mouth falling out one after another, soon after completely fallen out. A glorious sect master-level figure was humiliated like this. It really made him feel worse than being killed. His eyes were bright red, his hair standing on end, entire body taut, completely mad. However, there was nothing he could do. Right now, Shihao also had sect master-level strength, and together with the 3 strands of immortal energy winding about his body, suppressing him was extremely easy, pressing him down and beating him up. Everyone was stupefied. What were these 2 doing? One was an important individual from the Yuan clan who had sect master-level strength, the other someone who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy, a supreme being among his peers, both of their statuses astonishing, but right now it was as if they were in a marketplace streets, fighting roughly. Of course, this was definitely done intentionally by that youth, the purpose precisely to mock Yuan Hong, lifting him up by his collar and beating him up. This left one between laughter and tears. The 2 extraordinary individuals were actually tangled about each other like this, one beating the other's mouth viciously, fists smashing down fiercely, making one feel a bit dizzy from watching. Soon afterwards, Yuan Hong's face swelled greatly, as if it immediately became much bigger, even his eyes hidden under his swollen face. As a sect master, his body was like diamond that had been refined 100 times over. If one didn't call it sturdy and unbreaking, then it was definitely not far off. However, in the end, it was as if hoodlums were fighting in the markets, his wounds shockingly similar. Humiliating. Truly extraordinary shame. Yuan Hong didn't have teeth in his mouth, so his voice was a bit off as he shouted there. "Are you really Yuan Qing's son? But your performance really is too lacking. not having any strength, truly losing face for your father. Shihao shook his head, commenting. He already let go of his hand, throwing Yuan Hong to the ground, looking down on him from above. Everyone was stunned. Just now, they had almost forgotten Yuan Hong's identity. That was but Yuan Qing's Supreme Being's own son, his direct line of descent, yet he was beaten up like this. Everything has already been said. Your Yuan family isn't enough, believing yourselves to be infallible, clearly just a half-supreme being, yet you insist on pretending to be a supreme being family. Now, you've all been exposed, right? Truly deserving to be beaten. Sure how ridiculed. Yuan Hong was now exhaling more than he was breathing in, already unable to display any more anger. He laid there, his face fallen, swollen to a ridiculous state, mouth opened as he breathed heavily, truly like a beaten dog. What else do you still want to say? What did you come here for? Shihao sat on a large rock, asking like this. Everyone was speechless. This fella really wasn't some good person. He was previously criticized harshly by Yuan Hong, this person arriving imposingly, but Shihao didn't pay him any attention, and now he beat the other party into this kind of state, interrogating him instead. Yuan Hong was so angry the roots of his teeth were going to break from his clenched teeth. Right now he was laying on the ground, hard to even move. All of the bones in his body were broken, so how was he supposed to criticize and interrogate the other party? Shihao's eyes were deep. With a raise of his hand, a streak of sword radiance flickered about between his fingers. He really wanted to cut him down. Throw him out of Heavenly Deity Institution, Fifth Elder suddenly said. Shihao felt some hesitation, but in the end still didn't deliver the killing blow. It was clear that the Academy's elder didn't wish for him to be killed here, feeling that he was already taken care of enough. No one expected things to get to this extent. In the end, Yuan Hong was dragged behind Shihao in an extremely shameful manner and thrown out from Heavenly Deity Institution. After who knew how much time had passed, only then did Yuan Hong recover a bit of strength. He treated his injured body, teeth clenched, feeling incomparably resentful, angered to the point where his liver was in pain, but there was nothing he could do. Right? Sacred Academy's emissary is about to arrive. I have to meet with him. He stood up, and then gave Heavenly Deity Institution a hateful look before turning around and leaving. In the Academy, news spread, triggering a great discussion, producing an uproar. Yuan Qing's third son arrived in Heavenly Deity Institution, but was beaten down, and then thrown out of the Academy. Just how strange of a matter was this? This was especially the case since the critical moment where cultivators of the two academies were going to choose heroes was about to arrive. Yet Shihao actually directly humiliated Yuan Qing's son in such an undisguised manner. This was a type of challenge. Was he not scared that Yuan Qing would contact the people he was familiar with from the two academies, make things difficult for Shihao? He doesn't really have a choice. There is enmity between him and Yuan Qing that can't be dissolved, so instead of lowering his own stance, he might as well act powerfully. Who knows, perhaps this might still allow him to draw the attention of a few old freaks from the two academies. From this neutralize Yuan Qing's various small schemes. There were people discussing this, feeling shock towards Shihao's way of doing things. Soon afterwards, everyone who cultivated the present world methods and those who studied the ancient methods came out of seclusion, making all types of preparations, about to head to various ancient lands to cultivate. This was especially the case for those who cultivated ancient methods. They wanted to find their own immortal seeds. This was extremely important for them, affecting all of their future accomplishments. Heavenly Deity Institution's scenery was extremely beautiful with many spiritual areas. Right now, Shihao and a group of people had gathered by a dark blue, gemstone-like small lakeside, facing the moonlight while drinking wine. The flood dragons in the lake rose and fell, multicolored light shining brilliantly, providing the lakeside with a misty illumination. There were even more so a few divine fish swimming inside the lake, flickering with bright and multicolored light. We are heading for Realm Tomb soon. I heard that this place is quite strange with many ruins of collapsed small worlds, traces of the cosmos being destroyed and absorbed into the Realm Tombs. Even though we can try to picture the peculiarities of that place based on the descriptions, it is still difficult to imagine what it is like exactly. Xianxia said. I have heard about the Realm Tomb before too. The white Qilin young beast said. Realm Tomb had existed before Immortal Ancient, that place full of mysteries. It was precisely because all types of unknowns that everyone felt a great desire for exploration. That place was extremely dangerous. The outer region was still okay, but many frightening things had happened in the innermost depths. Some exceptional experts disappearing forever after entering in the ancient times. Apart from this, there were some who discovered Immortal remains a bit further in. There were just too many powerful individuals who died there. This frightening. What is the point of even going? Someone muttered. Of course, because there is good stuff there. I heard that there are creatures who discovered a perfect cosmos seed there, the most powerful immortal seed. Apart from this, it was rumored that there was even a world tree that was brought out, said the little Qilin. Chaos, mysteries, danger, these were the most realistic incarnations of the Realm Tomb. No one could say for sure what there was exactly in the very depths, just like how there were other ancient lands that had never been fully explored since the ancient times. Like Origin Ancient Mine, what exactly was there buried within its innermost depths? Or Skyland, what kind of creatures were slumbering there? They discussed this topic tonight, chatting with each other. In the end, they encouraged each other, because this upcoming journey might affect their entire life's accomplishments. If one wants to cultivate ancient methods, then one must have a seed, but finding an unmatched immortal seed is truly too difficult. Right now, there is only the world tree sapling, nascent cosmos, and a few other types, but there's no way these can be seen again, can only be stumbled upon, not sought after. Qingyi said with a light sigh. As for the others like Chao Yuxing, Chonggongyan, Dragon Girl, Fengwu, and the others, even though they were cultivating present world methods, it was still crucial to their cultivation. It was because not long ago, the elders had told them that they were going to be brought into an ancestral cave, a wondrous ancient land that might contain divine cores. If there was a chance, then they could carry out a great rebirth there, experience a comprehensive transformation from the flesh to the primordial spirit. This could be said to be equivalent to changing one's fate. If the rebirth was successful and thorough, their cultivation path might become wider, their prospects brighter, putting them on a fast track. It is rumored that this ancestral cave has produced immortal Tao creatures before who became immortals upon birth, Chao Yuxing said with a sigh. That was something that happened in the last great era. Everyone speculated that that might be a heaven and earth placenta, able to nurture all things, sees natural luck between heaven and earth, able to change a creature's constitution. After accumulating for endless years, all of it nourishing a single creature, that creature could naturally become an immortal. Of course, if there are no opportunities, we won't obtain anything even if we enter the ancestral cave. Chong Gongyen said. This time, sure how in those cultivating the ancient methods were going to look for immortal seeds, while Chong Gongyen and the others who were cultivating present world techniques were departing to change their own life trajectory. For them, even though the paths they were taking were different, this journey was related to too much. Under the moonlight, a light and graceful figure walked over, body swaying back and forth, walking elegantly like a swaying lotus, extremely moving and beautiful. Her skin was snow-white, her black muslin dress unable to hide her wonderful body. Her neck was snow-white, jade-like arms spotlessly white like ivory, legs long and slender. A heart-moving radiance flickered about her. It was the witch, her beautiful hair moving about, pupils black like black gemstones, skin like fine jade. She was aloof and pure, like a spirit dancing beneath the moonlight. There was already a light laughter sound before she even arrived, smiling and greeting everyone here. Still came out in the end. I thought you were deliberately avoiding me, not wishing to meet old friends. Xianxia said with a smile, pouring out a glass of fine wine for her himself. I really was intentionally avoiding you, but if I don't come, then I really would feel a bit of regret. That little girl next to you is already aiming killing intent at me. The witch giggled. She was talking about Qingyi. She didn't appear during these last few days, precisely to avoid her, because the two of them had previously been completely opposed to each other, opposing each other harshly. The opposition between the two was just too great. Of course, the main one the witch was dealing with was still Yuchan. Qing was a second body, so she just got caught up in the disaster as well. One had to keep in mind that back then, the reason why Qing was captured and resulted in all types of disputes with Hao was because of the witch. Without her, many things between these two later on might not have happened. Qing released a light humph, her clear, beautiful eyes releasing 2 stakes of cold lightning. Even though she didn't take action, the hostility was still extremely clear. Hey, little girl Qing, what kind of attitude is this? I am your matchmaker. Don't abandon your benefactor after reaching your goal now. Without me, would there be your current sweet relationship? The witch was always rather crafty. Chi. The two women's eyes met. It was as if sparks flickered about in the air, opposing each other with equal harshness. Everyone is friends here. Let's not ruin the friendly atmosphere. There is no need to be like this. Dragon Girl tried to smooth things over. The little rabbit giggled mischievously, carrying the snow-white Qilin young beast, wishing for the world to be in chaos as she said, "Two older sisters. Why don't the two of you have a competition?" Qing immediately widened her eyes. She was so familiar with this little rabbit, previously even facing many trials and tribulations together in Immortal Ancient Remains, yet this little rabbit was actually trying to stir things up. We are all friends. We can just chat if there are things to say. Hao also tried to mediate the situation. In reality, after the two confronted each other for a bit, they restrained their divine force, no longer opposing each other, because there were so many people they knew here, so they couldn't just start fighting here. Everyone sat down again, enjoying the good food and wine, the atmosphere becoming lively again. However, it was also during this process that the witch said something, making everyone spray out the wine from their mouths. Qing becoming incredibly ashamed, almost risking it all against her. "Don't you have one in there? Why can't I see it anything?" the witch asked. Qing was momentarily stunned, while the little rabbit widened her large eyes, directly asking, "Have what?" "I am saying that in the lower realm, I heard that Qing had one in Immortal Ancient Remains. Already gave birth?" the witch asked with a smile. Pooh! Alcohol immediately sprayed in all directions. Everyone shocked. The ones who were currently enjoying good food were also like this, the food in their mouths all dropping to the ground. Some of the wine and food dropped in the lake, attracting multicolored divine fish. Multicolored light flickered about, these fish swimming back and forth. Qing Yi's expression was red, embarrassment and anger mixing together. She was originally graceful, but now, she was immediately flustered, almost flipping the table in front of her. "I'm guessing you already secretly gave birth? Is it a boy or girl?" the witch said, extremely gossipy. Wow, is this real or fake? Older sis Qing, you really aren't sincere. How can you hide these types of things? Actually not telling me. The little rabbit cried out strangely. Everyone was a bit stupefied. Some of them knew that something ambiguous had happened between Hao and Qing in the 3000 provinces Immortal Ancient Remains. Right now, they really were shocked. It had to be said that right now, Hao was a bit stunned, saying, "Big brother, you two have a child. Why didn't you leave that child in the 3000 Dao provinces? Father and mother really do miss us. If you leave that child with them to take care of, this isn't a bad idea either." Pooh! Qing almost coughed out blood, standing up, unable to sit still anymore. This was especially because Hao was also lacking in confidence. Acting a bit stunned, looking at her blankly, stammering as he said, "Really have one? Where is the child?" These two brothers both had this expression. Really were from the same mother after all, their faces extremely similar. At this moment, forget about those who had heard the secrets, even those who weren't familiar with things understood. A few things had happened between the two before, extremely shocking and complex matters occurring between them. This is a happy occasion, worth congratulating. Chao Yuxing slapped the table. "Congratulations, congratulations." Even Chong Gongyan, who was a few words, began to congratulate them. Move over, reaching into his bosom to find some gifts. At this moment, Qing already completely woke up, freeing herself from the anger that made her shake all over, face completely red. The first thing she did when she snapped back wasn't to stake it all against the witch, but rather to viciously attack Hao, who was almost within reach, truly wishing to tear him apart. She had never met such a slow man, truly leaving her beyond angry. This fellow was normally extremely smart, yet just now, he put on a dumb expression. There was also his little brother Hao having that stupefied look. That type of expression. Those words made Qingyi want to give him a beating too. Hao was normally incredibly sharp, but right now he really was acting stupid. The main reason was because some things really did happen back then, and now that he saw Qingyi become so embarrassed and dumbstruck, he really was stunned, thinking that he really did have a child. One had to understand that a few years ago, he was still wandering around the world, catching vicious beasts and cooking them. He was still a naughty and mischievous youth himself. Now, he actually heard this, that he suddenly had a child. It really frightened him badly. "Stop hitting me!" Hao backed up. If not for his body being sturdy and unbreaking, comparable to a body cultivator, he would have definitely been beaten badly by Qingyi, that refined fist extremely strong. "What is going on? I only mentioned it. Did I end up hitting the nail on the head?" The witch looked immensely proud of herself, pouring wine for herself, her large eyes blinking about, looking like a crafty little fox. "Witch, you are slandering my pure reputation. I want a decisive battle." After Qingyi vented a bit of anger onto Hao, she directly rushed murderously at the witch. She was as light as a feather. White clothes fluttered about under the moonlight, as if the lunar goddess had descended into this world. Incredibly pure and aloof, holy and untainted. "You think I'll be scared of you? Just come then." The witch raised a small jar, pouring wine into her mouth, releasing a small hiccup. Her large eyes drifted over, not appearing bothered at all. She wore black clothes, beautiful and crafty like a fairy, going tit for tat with Qingyi. A black and a white figure charged at each other, an intense battle quickly starting. Their clothes fluttered about, extremely graceful, possessing an indescribable type of beauty. This feast could be considered to have come to an end. However, everyone didn't feel disappointed, instead rather happy, in high spirits as they watched the battle here. Hao was the only one with a bitter expression, speechless as he watched. Then, he turned around to give Hao a look, discovering that he still had a shocked, slightly confused expression, immediately pissed off as a result. "Pong!" He directly slapped his little brother's head. "Brother, why are you hitting me?" Hao became angry. The moonlight disappeared, a dark cloud drifting over between heaven and earth. An ancient existence rumbled and swayed about, appearing above the academy. This was an iron-blood ancient tree, one of the protectors of the academy. "There is a situation. There are intruders." During this peaceful night, under the brilliant night sky in Heavenly Deity Institution, there was actually this type of warning voice. Everyone became stupefied, not daring to believe what they were hearing. Someone dared infiltrate Heavenly Deity Institution. Who was actually bold enough to do something crazy like this? The cultivators in all of the caves and spiritual mountains stood up. Even those by the small lake, Hao and the others were shocked, all of them getting up. The iron-blood ancient tree was incredibly large like a mountain ridge, the roots inserted in the void. His entire body was scarlet red like blood. It floated in the sky, covering the stars and moon. This was an ancient tree that had lived for who knew how many years, one that could shelter a tribe, defend an ancient city, possessing unimaginable uses. It was previously the guardian spirit of a great clan. Only now, it became one of the ancient trees that protected Heavenly Deity Institution. In the night sky, 7 or 8 elders appeared in succession, soaring into the sky. Every one of them looking like they were facing a great enemy, their expressions serious as they looked into the sky. Ever since Heavenly Deity Institution was established, they had never encountered such a thing. Just how many people dared to come and act wildly? One had to understand that this was an academy built by the hidden experts of the 9 heavens 10 earths, with exceptional individuals overseeing it. Who dared to go against it? Not even the long-life families dared to rashly offend this place, let alone deliberately provoking it like this. In that direction, sure how pointed west. There was an oppressive aura there, sweeping over like a great flood. That was hostility. The enemy was just this brash and undisguised, feeling no restraining fear. What kind of creature? They were all confused. Just what kind of powerful creature was attacking? In the horizon, the stellar light became dim, black mists appearing. There was a strange creature that opened its eyes, overlooking heavenly deity institution. Those eyes carrying a deep and cold feeling. It finally appeared. Even though there was still a large distance between them, one could still see a devil mask. It was incredibly sinister, currently gazing in this direction. This devil face was a light golden color. Even though there was golden light swirling about, there wasn't the slightest bit of sacred aura, but rather only a dark and gloomy feeling, extremely ominous, wrapped within a black haze. A great spider! The little rabbit cried out in alarm, because that creature was closing in, gradually revealing its original body. It was even larger than a mountain. An enormous creature towered in the dark mist. It had 8 legs, incomparably sinister looking. It was just too big. When it opened its mouth, golden light surged like a volcano. This was a giant spider, one that was entirely golden in color with 3 heads, precisely a 3-headed king. The 2 heads on its side respectively a human head and a lion head, both of them also golden. The black haze before was too thick, only a single head moving with the night wind visible. When the mist scattered a bit, its true body could vaguely be made out. Heavens! This is a 3-headed king! Someone cried out in alarm, recognizing what type of background its true body had. His expression immediately changing as a result. It was because this type of creature didn't belong to this world. Wasn't this a foreign creature? Why did it appear here? Moreover, it was too powerful, far exceeding the one sure how had previously killed, its cultivation realm astonishing. Golden 3-headed king. Few in number even on the other side. A king race, a peerless expert. The expression of an elder suddenly changed, becoming extremely serious. A blood-colored war spear instantly appeared in his hands. It was scarlet red like cornelian, carrying a baleful aura, scarlet and shining, incomparably sharp. Heavenly deity institutions elders normally rarely used weapons, yet now, after just seeing the opponent, this person immediately produced a weapon. One could imagine how tense the atmosphere was. An ancient language that was difficult to understand appeared. This enormous creature who was even larger than an archaic demonic peak spoke, its voice resounding, shaking up endless mountains and ravines. What is he saying? He is asking who killed its descendant. There was a powerful creature who could sense its intention through divine will, learning why the golden 3-headed king came. Right now, everyone shivered inwardly. How did it cross over? Could it be that the foreign creatures were slaughtering their way into the 9 heavens 10 earths? Last time, in Immortal Battlefield, by borrowing the heaven and earth pouch as a spatial gate, a group of creatures who hadn't fully matured yet, strength comparatively not that profound yet arrived. However, they could only stay within that area, unable to truly slaughter their way over. Now, this 3-headed king appeared, clearly ridiculously powerful, so how did it appear here? What kind of special methods did it have? Heavens! A mature golden 3-headed king? Who can match him in strength? Is this world really going to fall into chaos? The foreign creature are slaughtering their way over. Someone said while trembling. This was an absolute disaster no one was prepared for yet. Why is it like this? Are the 2 realms going to fight? Is the world going to be enveloped in flames? Blood flow like rivers? Some people's voices began to tremble. There was nothing worse than this. This language that was difficult to understand, powerful and forceful syllables sounded from the 3-headed king's direction. Many people couldn't understand it, but they could see its coldness and contempt. It was because in its eyes, the reactions of the people here were just too lacking in battle intent, lacking a courageous spirit. Its true body didn't come, only using a sacrificial platform to transmit over a void image. Otherwise, its magical body strength will likely crush the void. An elder said, seeing the real situation. An indistinct altar appeared in the black mist. It was extremely large, at the same time extremely tattered. This was something from Immortal Ancient, buried a long time ago, only appearing now. The altar shone, many symbols appearing on its surface, extremely complex, but also carrying a type of beauty. Everyone felt as if their minds were drawn to it. It was shining, producing a giant spider projection, allowing it to appear here. This is an altar from Immortal Ancient Great Era that the foreign creatures used to retreat. Even though it can't transport them over, casting some projections over isn't a problem. Back then, after the calamity passed, those who survived from long-life families all moved, searching about in the 9 heavens 10 earths and destroying these altars, but there were still a few that were overlooked. The 2 elders spoke, helping everyone understand what was going on. What exactly does it want? Everyone was confused, not knowing why it suddenly appeared here. Not everyone could sense the 3-headed king's spiritual fluctuations. Even though it was a void figure, it was still extremely frightening. Normal people's divine will directly scattering when it reached out. It is going to send an emissary over to deliver a letter. What? An emissary is going to come? They can move between the 2 worlds. The altar was hazy. Countless symbols were released, and then in the end, they condensed into a door, opening in the void, forcefully linking up the 2 worlds, merging them together. In that instant, many people heard roaring sounds, leaving them terrified. Many gods and devils from the other shore roared and struggled, all of them wishing to make their way over. There were undying beings in that world, the most powerful group of ancient creatures, perhaps some who were alive even during the last great era's battle. Clatter, whoosh, noises sounded. Someone was walking over, moving through that gate, not too rushed or too slow as it arrived in this world. This creature's body was covered in armor, unknown if it was male or female. It wrapped tightly around it, even the head covered by a helmet, only revealing a pair of eyes. Everyone couldn't help but suck in a cold breath of air, because this armor was made of immortal gold, dark light flickering about. Even though that type of black immortal gold was rumored to be inauspicious, extremely strange, it was still extremely eye-grabbing. Darkness immortal gold armor. This emissary's body was actually covered in such a world-shocking armor, truly a bit shocking. That was but darkness immortal gold, one of the most rare and innately precious treasures. Darkness immortal gold, black light flickered about, but it was also sparkling and brilliant like black jade. It gave the wearer a type of poised and grand appearance. It seems to be a woman, or else why would the face be hidden, covered by armor, not letting others see? Someone said softly. After this human-shaped creature appeared, it raised its 2 hands towards the starry sky, and then took a deep breath, as if it was experiencing something. Right at this time, the armor on its body flickered about, many great Tao symbols shining in response as well, as if they were examining something. It is clearly probing this world's natural laws and strength, making preparations for the all-out attack on the 9 heavens 10 earths. An elder said. Soon after, its armor began to shake, releasing dark light, protecting its entire body. Still rejected by this world. When will this be changed? On that altar, the 3-headed king said quietly, already impatient. You are a foreign emissary. If you have something to say, please say it. An elder said. The creature surrounded by darkness immortal gold was tall and slender, not all that domineering, because everything was isolated by the darkness immortal gold. Right now, it jumped off the altar and walked in the void, heading towards heavenly deity institution. Everyone's expressions changed. This was not a void figure, but a real body, a living expert. Came over just like that. Under the night sky, that creature walked over step by step, its figure tall and slender. However, its true appearance couldn't be seen. Everything around its body covered by black jade-like black gold armor. The ice-cold metal armor flickered with luster, the dark light sparkling, giving one a type of malevolent feeling. This figure was mysterious because its true appearance couldn't be seen, and it also came from a different place, so it couldn't avoid being the center of attention even if it didn't want to. As it approached heavenly deity institution, all eyes were cast over. During this process, the darkness immortal gold armor on its body shone. Great Tao symbols continuously flickering about, inspecting this world's various natural laws. Are you trying to provoke us? Trying to understand the circumstances here, and then bring back information so it will be easier for you all to unleash war against us? An elder from Heavenly Deity Institution said. It is an emissary, merely here to send a message. You all are overthinking things. That enormous three-headed king above the massive altar spoke. Its body really was giant, covering the moon and stars too large. This was its voice, rumbling like thunder, frightening everyone. Hand over the letter, an elder spoke. After learning that the three-headed king was only a void projection and not the true body, the elders released a sigh. Otherwise, who knew how many people would die today? The darkness immortal gold armor flickered with brilliance. This person walked up silently, and with a chong sound, a jade book flew out from its armor, entering an elder's hands. Heavenly Deity Institution's elders all huddled together to read the letter together. They immediately frowned, all of them revealing angry expressions. Advising us to surrender, why not just directly tell us to kill ourselves instead? Fourth elder laughed coldly. It has been written in the letter that you all can be granted the undying. In the distance, golden light swirled about. The enormous spider body moved, incomparably sinister and frightening. The golden three-headed king was too terrifying. Even though it was just a void figure, it was still not something an ordinary person could deal with. What a joke! Grant us the undying. How many creatures are there in this world who can truly not die? There are still a few ancestors who crossed over back then that are still live. But can they stop time? The Academy's fifth elder directly criticized. They are all alive. The heroic ancestors who came to this world to fight have not aged. How could time harm them? It's already been said that they are undying. The golden three-headed king corrected sternly. When they heard these words, those present all gasped, feeling a deep wave of powerlessness. Perhaps there is no need to even resist. The conclusion had long been set in stone. There is no need to feel discouraged. If they were powerful enough, they would have arrived a long time ago. Why would there be a need to scheme and do things in such a roundabout manner? Second elder who hadn't appeared for a long time spoke, encouraging the Academy's disciples. That makes sense as well. Telling us those few individuals are still alive is nothing more than intimidation. Chao Yuxing said. A group of people spoke up in agreement. We are willing to establish a divine country, allowing everyone to transcend, all become undying, help everyone in this world. The three-headed king said. Really speaking words that sound better than singing, second elder mocked. What needs to be said we already wrote down in that letter. The project to help everyone pursue the undying is also included. You all should carefully read it. The three-headed king said. The entire world undying? Are you delirious? An elder couldn't help but laugh coldly. This was too ridiculous. Perhaps there are some in this world who have spread falsehoods about us, saying we are endlessly vicious, our evil crimes overflowing into the heavens. But these things are not true. The three-headed king said. Everyone was stunned. Just what kind of letter did he give the Academy's elders? Was it saying that the foreign creatures were extremely gentle and kind? This was too absurd. In everyone's memories, the foreign creatures were always wicked beyond redemption in the bone books. Now, the foreign three-headed king actually did this type of thing. Cease your nonsense. You all only wish to see how the world is now. What is the point of bringing up all of this nonsensical talk? Third elder was extremely severe. He stared straight at the emissary before him, but no matter how he tried, he couldn't see through this individual, unable to see its age, sex, or other things. Hong. Heavenly Deity Institution's fifth elder took action, reaching a hand over towards the creature in the dark armor, wishing to imprison its primordial spirit and prevent it from committing suicide. He didn't hold back at all. If not for the darkness immortal gold armor previously being refined by an exceptional individual, engraving mysterious patterns, it would have definitely been difficult for this person to escape disaster. Ding! Despite this being the case, there was no way this creature wouldn't be injured. Fifth Elder's hand made contact with that black armor. It was as if he was striking against metal, the noise loud and clear. That was the sound of immortal gold, providing some cushioning, stopping the divine force. It made one's mind tremble greatly. You want to kill it? The golden three-headed king's voice sounded. Don't think that I don't know what you all are waiting for. Isn't it nothing more than to use this person to probe the world's natural laws and restrictions? You should cease your delusions, Fifth Elder shouted. At the same time, this time, he used his true cultivation, operating divine force, preparing to capture that creature covered in darkness immortal gold armor. If we discuss the undying, you all do not believe. Right now, there is an extremely unordinary person standing before your eyes. Yet you all do not recognize them, or perhaps you all have long forgotten. The three-headed king said. Everyone was shocked. What was he implying? These words could easily produce misunderstandings. Moreover, at this moment, three-headed king took action. Chi! Spider silk poured down like a waterfall, descending from the starry sky, sparkling and brilliant, making those who saw it feel alarmed. That was clearly a large mutated spider, right now spewing out silk to form a web. Even though it had 3 heads, this was still how it attacked. The spider silk wrapped around that emissary, moreover stopping Heavenly Deity Academy's Fifth Elder. The three-headed king was merely a void figure, yet it could take action itself, a streak of divine light rushing over. Under Kung Chang sounds, the three-headed king chanted an incantation. Some areas of the armor made from darkness immortal gold shone, opening up. Then, with a light pu sound, the emissary was injured. Why is he injuring someone from his own side? A madman! Someone cried out. Why is there golden liquid dispersing into that emissary's surroundings? Some strange events that were strange and sinister looking happened, drawing many people's attention. That's blood, golden blood. Heavens, what kind of creature is this? A few people cried out in alarm. The blood was too pure and holy, extremely beautiful, not carrying any bloody odor, but instead an indescribable aura. This place erupted. There might be some species whose blood carried golden light, but it was definitely different from what they were seeing. It was just too divine and beautiful. It was clearly a type of blood, but it still drew everyone's attention, truly not simple. Why is there golden divine blood flowing? What kind of origin does it have? The three-headed king is clearly implying something. What exactly is going on? The disciples from the academy didn't understand, all of them revealing expressions of doubt. However, the expressions of the most powerful elders in the academy all changed, including Fifth Elders. He immediately stopped, no longer rashly provoking the other side. It is that type of blood. There is no mistake. I never expected this type of blood can still reappear in this world after endless time has passed, not being severed. It truly is good news that makes one excited and moved. Heavenly Deity Institution's elders were speaking, their fingers shaking slightly, feeling extremely shocked, all of their extremely moved. Ha ha! There was someone still seems to remember that this type of blood exists in this world. The three-headed king laughed loudly. Can seniors tell us what is going on? Someone from the academy asked. He is a descendant of a protector. Only the blood of the people of this bloodline is this sacred. A golden color. Second elder replied. Everyone gasped. This person was a protector's descendant? What era was that person from? Even though they had long guessed, they still wanted to obtain verification. Immortal ancient great era. They did too many things, protecting this world. Even though their family is small in number, they continuously fought, stopping the foreign enemies. Only, this clan's people all died in battle, all light fading. This family defended this world, establishing endless great service. This clan becoming known as protectors. Even though their members were few, the number countable on a single hand, they possessed distinctive traits. When they were injured, what flowed out would be golden blood, holy and untainted. This clan was ancient to the point where it could be traced back to the most ancient era. Everyone had thought that this clan had been completely wiped out, the few that were left also dying in battle, not leaving behind any descendants. They never expected the three-headed king to bring back someone who had golden blood flowing through its body. It was rumored that the reason why this race was so powerful was precisely because the golden blood within them provided them with unmatched strength. This is a descendant of the protectors. How can this person be in your world? At this moment, even the great elder was shaken up, unable to sit still any longer. They couldn't let the protectors go extinct because they established unmatched merit in the past, so they couldn't allow their descendants to be wiped out, or else that would be too cruel. What is your intention? Fourth elder shouted, not understanding why the three-headed king would bring this kind of important individual. Now that the protectors hadn't completely died out, they had to shelter this person. For this world, the protectors had previously paid too much. We researched for a long time. The so-called unmatched bloodline, most powerful blood. The color can also change. We brought it back this time to let you all have a look. The golden blood was extremely brilliant and dazzling as it landed on the ground, drawing everyone's attention. The words spoken even more shocking. The three-headed king injured someone here, displaying this person's blood. What was the purpose behind this? The black gold armor shone, covering that person again. That injury wasn't serious, just a bit of superficial injury. Several dozen drops of golden blood trickled out, but it didn't affect this person too much. What is your true intention? Heavenly Deity Institution's fifth elder asked. Was the three-headed king trying to blackmail them, knowing that they couldn't allow the protector's descendants to die, using this to make unreasonable demands? Otherwise, why would he bring this person here? Look, the blood is becoming a black color. The three-headed king said, the enormous spider body even more majestic and imposing than a great mountain as it rested above the altar. It activated divine force, releasing a dazzling light that continuously pressed forward. An intangible force surrounded the golden blood that scattered in the void, crushing it. As it took action, the golden blood exploded, turning into mist. It was still golden, brilliant and resplendent, as if flowing light streaked across the sky. Then, the three-headed king's domineering power suppressed and refined it. The golden blood mist changed, now possessing a bit of malevolent energy, a mysterious fluctuation rippling through it. Everyone became stupefied. This was just a portion of blood, so the most powerful individuals could directly refine it, but why was it continuously changing, not being destroyed? The golden blood possessed a type of spirituality, even more so a type of tenacious vitality. The more it was suppressed, the clearer the great changes became. Eventually, even the three-headed king used all of his strength, severing the void, producing a heaven and earth furnace, truly forming a simple and unadorned stove, refining the blood there. Forget about the academy's students. Even the heads of the elders here shivered inwardly. What kind of expert was the three-headed king? Even if his true body couldn't cross over, it was still unimaginable. Right now, he actually used its greatest strength, but couldn't truly erase the golden liquid. Some of the golden blood became dim. It first evaporated, leaving behind a golden substance, and then became ashes. However, there was a bit of golden blood that didn't go out the entire time, still struggling and moving about. This was extremely strange. It was just a type of blood, so how could it do this? And suddenly, many people became shocked. Heavenly Deity Institution's elders' expressions even more so changed, their pupils quickly contracting. That strand of bloody wisp became black, no longer golden, but instead dark like ink. The changes were just too great, the contrast between the former and latter too great. What was the reason behind this? What was going on? It left all of them greatly puzzled. In the beginning, the golden liquid was sparkling and brilliant, having a type of sacred aura. Calling it holy blood wasn't too far-fetched. Truly was strange, pure and possessing divine power. Yet now it was terrifyingly black, incredibly strange, lacking divinity. This was a type of power that made one shiver inwardly, simply like the blood of devils. Why was there this type of transformation? Everyone was confused. The three-headed king said with a profound voice, "Do you all see? Your so-called protectors are known to have the most divine blood, unmatched bodies. But what are they truly like? If they are continuously suppressed, in the end, a shocking truth will be restored. The blood isn't divine at all. The so-called gold is merely a front. Its true nature is dangerous, frightening. The blood possessing some terrifying secrets. You definitely did something. Heavenly Deity Institution's fourth elder said, not believing the truth he was talking about. I am nothing more than a void figure right now, only using some pure force. What methods are there? All I did was suppress the blood. But the truth was fully displayed. The three-headed king said, what are you trying to say? An elder said angrily, what I want to say is that even though you all are born in this world, what you understand might not be as much as us. Even your protectors having secrets, hiding many strange things. So one can see just how complex and dangerous this world is. The three-headed king said, so what? What can the color of blood represent? Heavenly Deity Institution's elders remained unmoved. How can it be meaningless? When the golden blood completely flows, it is extremely auspicious, the power incredibly divine. However, when the blood becomes black, only a type of violent, vicious energy is left, addicted to killing, could be said to be completely opposite. Do you all feel that a creature having two types of blood is normal? It is nothing more than a facade. The so-called protectors, their origins are extremely great, likely surpassing your imaginations. Absolute nonsense. Heavenly Deity Institution's people obviously rejected this. This is the truth. The so-called protectors' blood is originally black, merely hiding their true selves. It is just like your world, far more complex than what you all see. There is a hand guiding, leading you all. Perhaps it can be said that the so-called protectors, the creatures with golden blood, are the ones who are most dangerous for you all. The three-headed king spoke these words. In the crowd, Sure Hao thought to himself, finding it difficult to calm down. He understood well that after the foreign creatures won, they didn't stay too long on this side of the world, ultimately withdrawing. This was a mystery. At the very least, for his current self and a lot of others, they still didn't know the truth. Could it be that it was related to what the three-headed king was saying? There were definitely some hidden secrets. You should cease trying to sow dissension between us, an elder said angrily. If you all don't believe, then that's that. You all will understand sooner or later. Since we are on this topic, you all can go and seek verification. We have previously dug up some burial earth in Origin Ancient Mine, and there was black blood that flowed out. The three-headed king spoke in a voice that wasn't rushed or too slow. This world of yours is extremely complex. We aren't scared. But you all, however, the three-headed king laughed coldly. It went without saying that he looked down on the creatures of this world. If you have something to say, then say it all. Third elder lashed out. Just wait for us to descend. That day isn't too far off. This time we will sweep through all obstacles. What ancient mine, what immortal abyss, what skyland. They will all be flattened as well as the ones behind them. When he spoke up to hear, he stopped, no longer continuing. All bluffs, purposely speaking randomly, second elder said, denouncing him for speaking nonsense. It was because regardless of whether this was real or fake, he had to reject it, or else the effects would be too great, easily shattering the confidence of the Academy's disciples. Right now, these elders felt a bit of regret. They shouldn't have spoken to the three-headed king straight on like this. Better to privately discuss things, because this public conversation could easily affect some people's convictions. The so-called undying also have a time limit. Your ancient ancestors and others will fall in the end. If you all dare appear in our world again, it'll be difficult for you all to escape death, a newly promoted elder said. These words made the three-headed king laugh loudly. Truly childish and hilarious. Why would they be called undying? It is because they are creatures that remain imperishable throughout eternity, able to kill even immortals, winning against all enemies in immortal ancient great era. You think their Tao foundation can be shaken with just your few words. When he spoke up to hear, the three-headed king transmitted sound to everyone, saying, the great chaos is about to arrive. Those who do not wish to die and want to enjoy the undying, You may choose to bow down to my world's great ones. Soon afterwards, our divine projections will appear in this world, so you all may build temples to consecrate them. Hong. The Academy's elders took action together, activating the 10 realms diagram, suppressing towards the altar, not allowing him to continue speaking. At the same time, the 9 Phoenix Furnace was also activated, fiery red like blood diamond, producing heaven overflowing flames as it blasted forward. Wu sending me off like this? There is no need to be so polite. I believe we will truly meet soon, and not while separated by 2 realms. The 3-headed king wasn't angered. His figure grew dim, gradually fading away. As a result, that altar collapsed to pieces, unable to maintain its stability anymore. At the same time, everyone's eyes released divine light, because that individual in the darkness immortal gold armor didn't leave, left over there. 4th elder and 5th elder personally walked up, stopping this individual here, now allowing this person to leave. This is my gift for you all, unmatched blood, powerful body, the so-called protector's great secrets. I hope you all can understand through his descendant, figure out the truth, what the black blood really represents. The 3-headed king's final words sounded, and then he completely disappeared. We need to be careful, the foreign creatures are the most vicious. There is no way he is helping us with good intentions. 3rd elder reminded. Heaven and earth became calm, everyone staring at that tall and slender figure in immortal gold armor. The 3-headed king left, leaving it here. Everyone believed that this person definitely possessed great secrets. Capture and bring this person back to the academy, 2nd elder ordered. Even if this was the descendant of their protectors, they still definitely wouldn't act too politely right now. The 2 elders personally took action, using great magical force to suppress this creature, using an incredibly precious divine chain to lock up its body, firmly shackling it up. No one dared to act carelessly, because this was a creature from a foreign land. Even though the 3-headed king said that it was the descendant of the protectors, a young individual, heaven knew what exactly was going on. Bring this person back to the academy. 2nd elder waved his hand, and then a few people brought this person back. Everyone was greatly shaken up by the developments. All of them saw this scene. News traveled quickly. Heavenly deity institution becoming greatly shocked. A great commotion immediately produced. The appearance of the 3-headed king shocked everyone. Now, even some of those who were cultivating in seclusion emerged. When they learned that a mysterious creature was captured, all of them became stupefied. After endless years had passed, just how many foreign creatures could they see? Heavenly deity institution became full of commotion, everyone swarming over to a majestic and imposing giant mountain. A vast and grand copper building complex rested on it. Many of them wanted to ascend the mountain and accompany the elders in questioning that creature. However, there weren't too many chances. There was no way all of them could go up, so the students paced about restlessly at the foot of the mountain. The news were just too shocking. The golden blood of the descendant of immortal ancient great era protectors could turn black, divine and horror coexisting. All of this was previously unknown. It was easy to see that 3-headed king's words left a deep impression in everyone's minds, all of them wishing to find out what exactly happened. Sure, how had the fortune of ascending this imposing divine mountain? Purple energy rose into the air, medicinal herbs covering this place, as well as dwellings built from spiritual caves. On the mountaintop, the bronze structure carried rust stains, mottled by time. It looked like a relic of time, recording the changes of history, recounting the events of the past. Apart from Sure Hao, there was also his servant Mo Dao. In reality, the reason why Sure Hao could come was also because he borrowed Mo Dao's limelight. It was because he came from the other side, so many elders hoped that he could come and identify the captive. Inside the grand palace, immortal energy was everywhere. Even though it was thin, it fully displayed how holy and extraordinary this place was. Only the most exceptional individuals could sit here. There were more than 10 praying mats, figures seated on them one after another, all of them indistinct, as if they were ancient figures that were being consecrated within a temple. These were heavenly deity institutions' elders. Normally, there was no way so many of them would appear at the same time. There weren't this many even when Immortal was brought back. The main reason was because the events this time concerned too much. The descendant of the protectors appeared, preventing these people from remaining calm. All of them wanted to know what exactly was going on. Immortal, have you seen this person before? An elder said, mists curling about him, figure dignified. Even though his true body couldn't be seen, extremely blurry, one could still sense how serious he was. Dressed in immortal gold armor, even the true unmatched emperor clans are nothing more than this, to the extent where they might not even be this extravagant. I have never met this person before. Immortal was rather cooperative, replying like this. In the palace, that individual stood up. Its body was wrapped tightly in divine chains, but it didn't suffer any punishment, not being treated harshly. In reality, if not for the misgivings the elders felt, it would have definitely been treated with the greatest courtesy. In the 9 heavens 10 earths, the protector's bloodline was worthy of respect. Remove the immortal gold battle armor. Second elder spoke. He had great authority here. The divine chains were loosened. The darkness immortal gold armor released dark light. Right now extremely mysterious, could be considered immortal Tao weapons, this world's most precious heavenly material. Pieces of armor were released one after another. That creature didn't resist, remaining calm and tranquil, silently standing in the palace. Truly a rare, precious artifact. Xianxia sighed inwardly with praise. The black immortal gold armor came off piece by piece, too beautiful. Even though it was pitch black in color, they were covered in the most mysterious patterns. As divine force was imbued, it became sparkling and translucent, becoming even more brilliant than fine jade. Xianxia was shocked. Was this a woman? This person was extremely beautiful, body long and slender, face exquisite, long golden hair hanging down. As the darkness immortal gold armor was removed piece by piece, this person's true appearance was revealed. No, there's an Adam's apple. Xianxia was shocked. It really was rare for a man to be this beautiful, making even many females feel ashamed of their inferiority. From the people he had met in his life, only the white-clothed Ningchuan could compare, both of them ridiculously handsome, exceeding many of the so-called beautiful young ladies. This creature's body had a golden divine flame jumping around it as if in anger. He didn't feel any good intentions towards the experts of the 9 heavens 10 earths. However, soon after, he became calm again. During this process, the divine flames disappeared. Then, his long hair also changed from golden to pitch black in color. It is like the legends. When the golden blood surges, divine light would rise up in protection, the body and hair all becoming resplendent as if cast from gold. It matches what is recorded about the protectors. An elder said, "Do you recognize him?" At this time, the people in the palace asked Immortal again, because they both came from the other side. "I do not, never seen him before." Immortal replied like this. Everyone became silent. In reality, they foresaw this result as well. After all, Immortal came from the world outside the desolate border, not that true undying world. "What is your name?" Third elder asked. The individual at the center of the palace was tall and slender, hair jet black, eyes like 2 gemstones, carrying divine radiance. His appearance was extraordinary, clearly not some ordinary figure. "Dugu Yun," he unexpectedly replied. "Are you really the protector's descendant?" First elder continued to ask questions. After hearing this question, Dugu Yun's eyes looked like they were burning, carrying hatred. His hair completely turned golden in color, releasing cold killing intent. "I only know that my 3 ancestors were harmed by the people of this world, harmed to death by the ones they were protecting." Everyone's expressions went rigid, all of their faces freezing, not knowing what to say. Based on what he said, back then, the protector's bloodline, because of the creatures of this world, died because of betrayal. This truly was a disgrace, even more so an unspeakable humiliation. In reality, in the bone books that were dug up, as well as some long-life families' jade books, there were vague recordings that spoke of how unfortunate the protector's bloodline was, dying tragically in battle all because a few people sold them out. Regardless of what era it is, this can't be avoided. There will always be some without integrity, lacking righteousness, doing things that cannot be forgiven. An elder said. Also, what the creatures from the other side say cannot be fully believed. Another elder added. The deaths of my ancestors, the great hatred, has been passed down in my bones. Dugu Yun said, eyes deep, as if he could see events of the past. There are divine consciousness fragments in the golden blood, imprints of my ancestors. I could see the events that happened in the past. He added. When everyone heard this, they were all greatly shocked, all of their expressions changing. The protector's bloodline was astonishing after all, too extraordinary, even able to pass down inheritance in the blood, just too freakish. They finally understood why the golden blood was so powerful. There was a reason behind it after all, the legends not excessive after all. Your ancestors are worthy of respect. Even after death, they are matchless heroes. Those people who harmed your ancestors have all returned to Earth. It is useless even if we continue pursuing this. An elder advised. There are some who aren't dead, and they have descendants who are alive. The reason I have appeared alive is for vengeance. Duguyun was extremely direct, not hiding anything. Everyone felt a headache. They couldn't allow anything to happen to this youth no matter what, because this might be the protector's bloodline. However, if this youngster wanted to settle accounts, it might involve long-life families. Things would become extremely troublesome then. Even though those things were disgraceful, extremely ugly, they had been buried under time, unable to uncover anymore. At the very least, those long-life families wouldn't be willing. It was rumored that the people back then all died, immortal ancients experts all falling. It was pointless to try and get revenge now. At this time, an elder walked up, apologized to Dugu Yun, and then produced a divine needle, piercing his skin and obtaining a few drops of golden blood. The people here were extremely careful. Even if they believed that he was the descendant of the protectors, they still had to verify it, needing direct proof. There were many records in the bone books, numerous methods to verify if it was this unique bloodline. That elder withdrew into the rear palace. There were a few others who followed him, wishing to examine the blood together through ancient methods, verify if his identity was real or fake. Soon after, there was a result. Those elders returned with excited expressions. It's real. Several ancient methods were used, and there was no mistake. Please sit. At this time, those elders all stood up, their eyes burning hot as they examined the protector's descendant, their attitudes becoming completely different. These individuals all felt great respect for the protectors of the last great era, so they naturally treasured their descendant. Even if Duguyun came from the foreign world, he still had to be treated well. Apart from this, everyone knew that those who had golden blood were known to be unmatched. Once they grew up, their accomplishments would become immeasurable. Even when it was in the past when experts emerged in great numbers, the immortal ancient era, the protector's golden blood was still one of the 4 most powerful bloodlines. The elders believed that they had ways to correctively influence this person, have his loyalty return to the 9 heavens 10 earths, and become an important member in the future battlefield. Even in the worst situation, they had confidence that they could chant a type of ancient scripture together to cleanse his mind, wash away the foreign world's influence, and make his true heart move towards a well-disposed state. Do you all wish for me to stand on the same side as you all in battle? Fight with you? Duguyun asked coldly. Without waiting for their reply, he directly said, you all have no chance. Compared to that world, the difference is too great, powerless to withstand against them. How will we know without fighting? Do you wish to tell us some of the situation? 4th elder said, the creatures of this world are too weak. Forget about the fact that there is no one who can compare to the undying beings. Even the younger generation are far inferior to those of the other world. Duguyun said coldly, why do you say this? There are a few formidable geniuses who are not weaker than the people of that world. An elder shouted loudly, purposely inciting Duguyun to have him speak more. Formidable geniuses? Is there anyone who can take a few moves from me? able to contend against my golden blood? I don't think there are many who can. What is the point of these geniuses? What can they do? They can't compare to the other world's ancient emperor clan's youngsters at all. What do you all think happened? There hasn't been any information for such a long time on the mountain. Is that person really the protector's descendant? There were many students at the bottom of the divine mountain, all of them waiting for the result. It was because their statuses weren't great enough to enter the main hall where the elders were discussing things. I believe it is most likely the foreign lands conspiracy. Otherwise, how could they let this type of person return? This was something that everyone realized. The foreign cultivators wouldn't help the 9 heavens 10 earths, so they definitely had a motive behind their actions. Everyone had their own suspicions. On the top of the mountain, inside the bronze building complex, the atmosphere was extremely heavy. The elders' many tries of convincing failed, Dugu Yun insisting on getting revenge for his ancestors. After all these years passed, forget about those people back then. Even their families and descendants have pretty much scattered. Should just let it go. Second elder said. It was because through their discussions just now, he learned that the few clans Dugu Yun mentioned shouldn't belong to the present world's long-life families. Since there weren't that many targets for revenge, the elders didn't have much to worry about either. Only, why does his blood turn black? They bore suspicions. The elders in the rear palace carried out several tests, discovering that it was as the three-headed king said. They frowned, unable to provide any explanations for this. As for Dugu Yun, he remained completely silent, unwilling to reply. They are descending the mountain, came out. The individuals at the bottom of the mountain were all experts, among them no lack of individuals with heavenly eyes. They all saw the individual in darkness immortal gold armor walk out from the ancient bronze building complex. He didn't wear a helmet, his black hair scattering down. Under the morning multicolored light, his entire being seemed to be bathed under a layer of divine splendor. An exceptional beauty. Someone cried out with shock. It was because Dugu Yun was too pretty, his beauty otherworldly, style exceptional, far greater than normal so-called beautiful people. This produced an uproar, drawing everyone's attention. At the same time, everyone were incredibly shocked. Why did he descend the mountain just like that, no one stopping his movements? Wait, he's male, not female. Someone realized something, crying out involuntarily. He really is male. He's too handsome. A few young ladies cried out in alarm. This made even them feel ashamed of their inferiority, feeling envious and annoyed. There were some who sighed, saying, "He has to be the descendant of the protectors, or else how can he have such freedom? Those who have golden blood are destined to be unmatched." This triggered a huge discussion, many people's eyes shining as they looked at Dugu Yun, finding it difficult to calm down. Of course, there were quite a few people who remained clear-headed. There was no way the elders in the academy could truly let him act freely. There were definitely eyes watching from the dark, or else if something major happened, no one would be able to take responsibility. Heaven knows if he really is the descendant of the protectors, it might just be the foreign experts taking risks. There were others who said with a low voice, a bit bitter, "Does anyone dare exchange pointers with him? See just how powerful the so-called unmatched golden blood is." Correct, this is a good idea. At the very least, we can learn a bit about the creatures on the other side through him, find out how strong they are. At the foot of the mountain, some people began to discuss among themselves, their eyes flickering with radiance. There were some who were unwilling to accept this, wanting to take action. However, the way things developed completely exceeded their imaginations. After Dugu Yun descended the mountain, he coldly swept his eyes out, taking the initiative to challenge everyone. Even this mess of a group wants to fight against the creatures of the other side. Simply delusional. His voice wasn't loud, but it was extremely clear. It transmitted to the bottom of the mountain, many people hearing him. A few individuals' expressions suddenly changed, their eyes unkind. There were even some who directly walked up, using actions to declare their position, blocking his path forward, about to take action against him here. On the divine mountain, that bronze structure was extremely peaceful, no elders coming out, not stopping anyone, clearly ignoring what was happening here. You all don't want to hear it and aren't convinced, right? However, this is the reality. Just a group of people with feeble strength. The foreign ancient emperor clan's disciples. Just a single person could sweep through all of you. Dugu Yun became more and more impolite, his voice carrying contempt. Boasting shamelessly, "Let us see what kind of skills you have exactly." There was someone who couldn't hold it in, rushing forward. "Too weak. You all can come at me together," Dugu Yun said. When he spoke, he already raised his palm. His movements weren't too fast, slowly pushing forward, immediately releasing a muffled sound that was like thunder. Golden blood energy roiled there. His entire aura became as powerful as a giant peak, grand and imposing, unshakable. However, his palm still crushed down like a heavenly dome. Hong, the one who rushed up, coughed out large amounts of blood. He used all of his strength, yet after just the first blow he was already sent flying outwards. "Careful!" In the rear, a few people shouted, moreover taking action to lend assistance, helping him neutralize that wave of power, preventing him from receiving serious injuries. However, Dugu Yun was just too strong, not stopping, still pushing forward slowly. Strong winds swept about, golden blood energy overflowing, pouring down like a mountain torrent. "Ah!" Those people all cried out loudly. There were at least 20 experts who took action in total. Yet in the end, they all cried out miserably, even more people releasing muffled groans, blood coughed out from their mouths, bodies suffering great damage. The golden blood energy crushed down on them until they felt like they were suffocating. This terrifying youngster was ridiculously powerful, far above them. They weren't his opponent at all. Dugu Yun only released a single palm, passing judgment from above, defeating and injuring more than 10 people. This place immediately became absolutely silent, everyone feeling greatly shocked. "I overestimated you all. No matter how many of these cultivators there are, it is still useless. A single foreign young supreme being already enough to destroy all of you," Dugu Yun said ruthlessly. Again, the group of people in the rear were unsatisfied, a few people taking action together, directly spreading a formation to trap him in place. Unfortunately, this time they were defeated even faster. Dugu Yun moved, attacking like a ghost, his speed just too fast, only leaving behind a golden afterimage. "Pooh!" The group of people all coughed out blood, beaten up until they carried serious injuries, screaming miserably as they collapsed on the spot. "What a pity! I haven't discovered the families of the past," Dugu Yun said to himself. He was here to get revenge, wishing to find the descendants of the so-called enemies that were recorded. Too astonishing, worthy of being the descendant of the protectors, golden blood unmatched. No one can contend against him. At the crucial moment, there were a few young ladies who cried out like this, their eyes fiery with pleasant surprise, immediately making everyone speechless. What protectors? He was captured and imprisoned for many years, long erasing the glory of the past. It's difficult to say if he even stands by those from the other side. Exactly, just a prisoner. What protector's grandeur is there? A few people retorted, their words stinging. Dugu Yun's eyes were cold, disappearing from his original location with a schwa sound. Several people's bodies split apart, almost dying on the spot, their flesh rupturing open. This left everyone shocked. Those who were discontent all held back, or else they would definitely be suppressed. "Hurry and invite Lu Tuo, Wang Shi. Have them take action," someone said quietly. They felt wronged after being injured so easily by this youngster, feeling like they lost face. "Yi Huang came down the mountain, he's here. We can ask him to take action." Someone saw Sure how descend the mountain. "Brother Sure, we must ask you to take action. Suppress this person of unknown origins," someone shouted. "What nonsense! This is the descendant of the protectors. The elders already verified it," Sure how said, his pace unhurried as he descended the mountain, looking extremely relaxed, without any intent to take action. He sympathized with the protector's bloodline, unable to raise any battle intent towards this youngster. His experiences were a bit lamentable, only making one sigh, difficult to comment too much. He is going too far, incredibly egotistical, looking down on our heavenly deity institution, his actions vicious. Brother Sure, please take action to establish public justice, someone shouted. Right at this time, Duguyun also looked at Sure Hao, who was halfway up the mountain, saying, "Are you that strong? Come over and fight." Sure Hao gave him a look. He naturally didn't fear a fight. Right now, he possessed unmatched conviction, not fearing any young opponent. Mo Dao, fight against him, Sure Hao ordered. Right now, he was already in the heavenly deity realm. Even when facing supreme individuals with 3 strands of immortal energy, he still had the qualifications to remain calm. Mo Dao descended the mountain. 3 great Dao flowers appeared above his head, his entire aura surging. He really wanted to size up how strong this individual who had golden blood was. Compared to your older sister, you are still lacking. She is a heaven-warping figure who even left the Emperor clans shocked. But you are not my opponent, Duguyun said. Mo Dao was immediately stupefied. Producing dual supreme beings was their clan's greatest glory, rarely seen since ancient times. In reality, his older sister was even stronger, brought away by the undying beings into an imperishable pure land, cultivating together with an ancient Emperor clan's people. You've met my older sister? Mo Dao asked. He hadn't seen her for a long time already. I have. All the true heaven-warping creatures I have met, Duguyun said. Right at this time, Lu Tuo, Wang Shi, Shen Kuan, and the others appeared. When they received the news, they personally hurried over. In reality, they had been waiting for news all this time. Just that, because they were more reserved, they didn't wait at the foot of the mountain. Now, they all hurried over. Lu Tuo, Yao Yu, 10 Crown King, and the others were heavenly deity institution's most powerful geniuses. Far more powerful than the ones who took action just now. The auras they released swept out like a bottomless sea. Good. I don't have to personally seek you all out. Who dares fight against me? Duguyun said. This made everyone look at each other in dismay. He really is crazy. Is he going to challenge all of the young supreme beings? Then let's just start from you. Duguyun stared at Shen Kuan. Hong. A great battle erupted just too abruptly. Not too many words exchanged. Nor was there much vocal exchange directly starting. Duguyun rushed over, forming golden magical imprints that covered the sun and moon, shaking the rivers and mountains, aura too ferocious, simply about to overturn heaven and earth. Suppressed Shen Kuan with an attitude of being unmatched. Good. Let's see just how formidable the supreme individuals of the foreign land are. Compare with those so-called emperor clans. Lu Tuo and the others who were watching behind spoke quietly, believing that Duguyun shouldn't be weaker than the foreign emperor clans. However, soon afterwards, their expressions all changed, because the battle situation was changing greatly. Shen Kuan wasn't a match, becoming seriously injured, blood flowing out from his mouth and nose, body staggering. Shen Kuan was defeated. Duguyun displayed unmatched divine might before everyone's faces, golden blood energy circulating, making even his hair become golden, his entire aura devouring mountains and rivers. He originally had a beautiful appearance, but now, he looked heroic and intimidating, possessing a type of exceptional style. Pooh! Blood continuously sprayed out from Shen Kuan's mouth. He was blasted back, first suffering a palm, and then a foot kicked against his body, making it crack apart and fly outwards. This battle result left everyone shocked. Was this the Protector's bloodline? Someone with golden blood? He possessed unmatched might after all. Was this power going to sweep through all of heavenly deity institution? Shen Kuan was defeated, struck until he was seriously injured, blood dripping onto the ground, making everyone turn pale with fright. This type of young supreme being was defeated just like that. What kind of person was Shen Kuan? He was a heaven-warping figure who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy. His strength powerful. Just how many people from heavenly deity institution could match him? Could be said that winning against him was too difficult. Once 3 strands of immortal energy emerged, they were invincible, crushing all enemies. This place was still quiet even after a long time. Not the slightest sound could be heard. This type of result left everyone stupefied. Xian Kuan suffered a great defeat here, making many people look at each other, completely speechless. After a bit of time had passed, only then did everyone snap back to reality, a great uproar erupting. Xian Kuan was defeated. Not a match for the Protector's descendant. Is the golden blood truly enough to make one unmatched? A young supreme being who cultivated 3 strands of immortal energy was suppressed here today, suffering the first defeat of his life. Even though this battle didn't continue for that long, it was incredibly dangerous. Both sides using extraordinary methods, all great divine abilities. But the results could be said to leave long-lasting effects. Everyone couldn't help but start to question themselves. Were the foreign creatures really that frightening? It is because Duguyun had previously said that there were ancient emperor clans there, young disciples who were ridiculously powerful, able to sweep through all of the geniuses here. Xian Kuan suffered a great defeat, proving this saying. This dealt a great blow to everyone's confidence. They were all heaven-warping disciples, but they suffered a great setback here, feeling helpless under his contempt. It was because Xian Kuan was one of their most powerful individuals, yet he was still defeated, so how were the others supposed to face him? Next, is there anyone else who is going to take action? There was a layer of gold around his body, making him look like he was cast from divine gold, his body shining resplendently. Right now, forget about the others, just Lu Tuo, Wang Shi, and the others didn't act rashly because this person was extremely powerful, a true formidable opponent. No one was willing to fight under this type of situation. If they were defeated, having the same result as Xian Kuan, what face would they have left? No one. This place was quiet, everyone looking at each other in dismay, discovering that none of the Academy's powerful individuals were willing to fight with him, all of them feeling shocked. They all sensed that the things that took place today were strange. This was the descendant of the Protectors, and with just today's battle, he already rose up, establishing an unmatched reputation. In the distance, there was a great disturbance, as if some things happened. At the mountain gate of Heavenly Deity Institution, there was someone who came to visit, raising quite the commotion. Sacred Academy's envoy has arrived. In the distance, this type of voice sounded, these news naturally producing quite the disturbance. There had long been rumors that Immortal Academy and Sacred Academy's people were going to come, but none of them thought that it would be today. The clamoring sounds got louder and louder. There was clearly a group of people who were hurrying over to this place. Soon afterwards, they saw a youth who was extremely valiant looking. A violet gold helmet rested on his head, his body covered in flood dragon robes. On his back a bronze heavenly spear. Purple hair fluttered about, eyes like divine lamps, bearing extraordinary. This was an extremely frightening youngster. All those who saw him would feel startled by his intimidating presence. That naturally exuded aura was too astonishing. When one stood with him, it would feel as if they were accompanying a prehistoric giant beast. Who is Huang? Who is Shi Hao? This young man asked. He wasn't all that friendly, his face carrying indifference. His eyes swept over everyone, incredibly intimidating, carrying a type of arrogance and conceit as he coldly overlooked everyone. Who was he? Everyone began to feel a bit doubtful inside. This person was actually this rude. From his proud appearance, it didn't look like he was here to pay Shi Hao a friendly visit, but rather to look for trouble. Where is Huang? Another person's voice sounded. Many people were stunned, because the voice they heard was familiar, as if they had heard it before somewhere. Everyone searched about, looking in the direction where the sound came from. Yuan Hong. There were some people who were stupefied. Why did he return? However, soon afterwards, they had their guesses. Yuan Hong came to Heavenly Deity Institution not long ago, behaving extremely arrogantly, demanding for Shi Hao, wanting to criticize him violently, but was beaten up until his bones broke and muscles snapped, receiving serious injuries. None of them expected him to come back so quickly. Where is Huang? Get your ass out here, Yuan Hong shouted. He was Yuan Qing's son, his status extraordinary, but not long ago, he suffered such a great humiliation in Heavenly Deity Institution, beaten up by a youngster until all of his bones snapped and was then thrown out. He came because of Yuan Feng's death, but in the end, he himself was also humiliated, unable to swallow down this shame. When he left, he directly met up with Sacred Academy's envoy, thus returning again. It was because he already knew that those two academies were going to send people over, knowing their itinerary. Isn't this the Yuan clan's expert who had his teeth smashed all over the ground? The academy's elder had someone throw you out, yet you dare return. Someone mocked. It was naturally Chao Yuxing, Feng Wu, and the others who were hiding in the dark and transmitting sound, allowing many people to clearly hear them. Yuan Hong's face was unpleasant, turning from red to purple, fists clenching tightly. This was naturally a type of mockery and humiliation directed at him, but he had to explain himself. Otherwise, the academy's elders really might come to chase him out, and that would make him look even worse. I came with Sacred Academy's envoy, Yuan Hong said. Ha ha. Truly laughable. An old man was beaten until he was looking for his teeth all over the ground. Yet his reinforcements was just a brat, truly shameful. You should have asked your father Yuan Qing. Did you invite a youngster to rely on? Ha ha. Chao Yuxing, Little Rabbit, and the others were tormenting him, secretly mocking. All of you better shut up. The Sacred Academy envoy with the violet gold helmet berated. His pupils that were like golden lamps released 2 streaks of electricity, overlooking everyone, extremely domineering in nature. Where is Huang? Come out to meet me, he shouted. Halfway up the mountain, Shihao's figure was walking down leisurely, extremely relaxed. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he said, "What is all this noise? If there's something, then just say it." He naturally knew that the other party came with bad intentions, carrying great hostility against him. He could sense it. They all said that Yuan Qing had connections with the 2 academies, and now it seemed like those connections were displaying some use. Now, his child Yuan Hong actually came while accompanied by Sacred Academy's envoy. Huang, Yuan Hong said loudly. Come over and talk. The envoy who wore the violet gold helmet beckoned over, speaking like this to Shihao. This type of casualness seemed like he was summoning someone, as if an elder was instructing a descendant, incredibly piercing and oppressive, not caring about Shihao's present status at all. Who are you? If you have something to say, then just directly say it. If you want me to come over, you still don't have enough qualifications. If you want to meet me, then come over yourself, Shihao said. Do you think your bit of accomplishments are enough to look down on us? I heard that you are a genius, so I wanted to properly lecture you. But in the end, you actually refused, bringing upon yourself an even worse situation. So I'll give you a bit of a lesson. While speaking, that person directly rushed up, decisively taking action against Shihao. Everyone rose up in commotion. Sacred Academy's envoy was actually going to fight against the present Shihao. Shihao's face naturally sunk. This person actually treated him with rudeness again and again, acting like he was an older generation individual, as if he really was all that. Move! All of you get lost! While speaking, Sacred Academy's envoy already rushed over, not waiting. Along the way, he couldn't help but see Duguyun standing by the mountain, not knowing that he was the descendant of the protectors, unaware of what had just happened. He rushed over just like that, even lashing out towards Duguyun in the way, reaching out his hand and fiercely striking out, about to send that ridiculously handsome male flying. Pong! Duguyun moved, grabbing his fist with a single motion, leaving behind a string of afterimages, his movements as fast as lightning. Courting death! Sacred Academy's envoy cried out, activating divine force to suppress the other party. The one standing before him was completely different from what he had imagined. He wasn't just a bystander, but a frightening expert who cultivated year in, year out in the other world. The emissary coughed out large amounts of blood just from the first exchange, his entire body flung out. It was because he underestimated the other party too much, facing someone who had unmatched golden blood energy. Right now, he could only dodge. Sacred envoy! Yuan Hong shouted from behind. At the same time, Shihao also took action, because he saw that Sacred Academy's envoy just happened to be heading in his direction. Kill! Sacred Envoy released an angry shout because he also saw Sure Hao. He was flung out, perfectly heading in that direction. He began to display a great divine ability. From his body, streak after streak of symbols lit up, his fingers becoming brilliantly colored, bone texts covering them densely, attacking at Sure Hao viciously. Hong! At this time, something similar happened. Sure Hao had long gathered enough power, Reincarnation divine ability blasting out, brilliant symbols burning brilliantly. Pong! Sacred Academy's envoy flew out. This time, he underestimated his opponent again, actually fighting him head-on. It was because after he was struck by Reincarnation, he immediately became older, becoming incredibly weak. Sure Hao chased after him, moving as fast as lightning, a foot immediately kicking out. Pooh! This envoy was actually extremely powerful, an outstanding individual even among the younger generation, but now, he suffered from the Reincarnation symbols quickly declining. Then, a foot smashed into his body, making him cough out large amounts of blood, dyeing his white hair red. Sacred Envoy was sent flying, his body dropping forward. Meanwhile, Duguyun was perfectly there. Without even thinking further, he added another palm. Pong! The envoy's body cracked apart. After suffering from such a serious strike, and then being smashed flying, blood began to flow from his 7 apertures, a lot of it produced from anger. This was just too tragic. He was about to act domineeringly, yet in the blink of an eye he was seriously injured. Why did you come again? This was Sure Hao's voice, because the Sacred Envoy was slapped back. Without saying another word, Sure Hao directly lifted his feet, forcefully kicking out. Sacred Envoy roared out, but was sent flying forward by another kick. You actually dare to do this? He is someone's Sacred Academy sent out. A Sacred Envoy, Yuan Hong shouted. Why do you care what I do? Sure Hao laughed coldly. He had long descended from the mountain, rushing over. The pitiful Sacred Envoy was in front of Duguyun and Sure Hao, beaten until he flew back and forth. It was because the two of them indirectly exchanged moves, weighing each other's strength. He was extremely unlucky, rashly breaking in, now becoming a dummy for the two to share. Pooh! Eventually, the Sacred Envoy who came extremely arrogantly and domineeringly completely fainted. This could also be considered a type of freedom. Hong! In the end, after the Sacred Envoy was thrown onto the ground, a great clash erupted between Sure Hao and Duguyun, the two of them continuously trading several blows, each time making the heavens collapse and the earth rupture. You are quite strong. After trading several palms, Duguyun's golden blood energy surged, saying like this to Sure Hao, the first time he spoke these types of words. You are passable as well. Sure Hao replied. The pitiful Sacred Envoy quickly woke up, just in time to hear their conversation, angered beyond belief as a result. The two of them were exchanging blows, so just now he was just treated like a beanbag? Pong! Duguyun raised his foot, smashing it down, the Sacred Envoy directly fainting again. With this type of skill, do you dare fight against the members of the Emperor clan? Duguyun asked. Why wouldn't I dare? If they are brought before me, I'll suppress them all. Sure Hao replied. The two powerful individuals fought intensely, sand and rocks flying everywhere, mountains swaying about, many giant boulders flying about chaotically. One had to bear in mind that the region Heavenly Deity Institution was located at was previously a battlefield with unmatched experts that fought here, immortal swords weaving about, cutting down the stars in the sky. There were countless meteorites on the ground, piling up into a sea. In this place, the ancient mountain range was terrifyingly tall, giant boulders everywhere. Only later on, there was someone who refined it with great magical force, refining all of the stars. The mountain rocks became small, making the landform look normal. However, there were many stone mountains and ancient lands that were still special, exceptionally bold and powerful looking. A few mountains were terrifyingly heavy because they were produced from meteorites. Even after being refined, looking normal, they were still many times heavier than ordinary boulders. Right now, sand and rocks flew about, the earth shaking and mountains swaying, it was naturally astonishing, because from a certain perspective meteorites were dancing about, moving through the air. When normal people fought, they wouldn't reach this type of state at all, it was too astonishing. This region was especially unique, the giant rocks having a metallic luster, clearly produced by great stars that were hacked down back then. In the past, sword immortals roared into the heavens, sword cutting down the skies, stars falling like potstickers. It really shocked the heavens above and earth below, the entire world trembling. Hong! Duguyun's entire body surged valiantly with golden blood energy. Roiling outwards, golden light shining resplendently, as if an ancient war immortal walked over from a mortal ancient great era, powerful and unmatched. One could vaguely see that giant rocks and the other things floating around him turned into great stars, releasing stellar light one after another. They were forced forward by him, suppressing towards Hao. Everyone was stupefied. This type of boldness and irregular scene really was endlessly terrifying. His two hands moved the sun, moon, and stars with every action. Just how shocking of a scene was this? Dong! However, Huang didn't take a step back, his aura deep and immeasurable like a sea. He faced it head-on, his divine might unstoppable, clashing with Duguyun. His fist formed imprints, possessing an unmatched domineeringness. Kacha! Huang was brandishing his fist, bringing about sky-covering symbols, as if millions and millions of streaks of lightning were interweaving, surrounding the skies, covering all directions, endlessly frightening. In his surroundings, the great stars that flew over all exploded, the meteors splitting apart. Following a dang sound, the largest green-gold boulder was smashed apart by his fist, a fragment as large as a house directly smashing down on a place not too far away. Sacred Academy's envoy was still unconscious. While still fainted, this giant boulder smashed into his body involuntarily twitching. It was because it looked like a piece of green-gold rock, but it was comparable to a meteor that crashed down from outer space, blasting him until his flesh was badly mangled, muscles and bones broken. Ah! In the end, he woke up from the pain, this scene making his eye sockets feel like splitting. He was trembling inwardly, this result truly unendurable. When had he ever suffered like this? The humiliation today, suffering this type of disaster made him so angry he found it difficult to snap back. You still aren't hurrying and bringing me out of here? He roared towards Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong suppressed a wave of anger, quickly rushing over. His status was not ordinary either, but that was relative to who it was compared to. When faced with Sacred Academy's disciple, even if he felt anger, being berated like this, he still couldn't act out. It was because this time he came precisely to borrow Sacred Academy's might, and that was why he followed this envoy here. Hong Long. Not far out, a faint golden boulder smashed over. Something Duguyun smashed over, smashing towards this direction again. Yuan Hong flung his sleeve, directly blasting it apart. He actually really wanted to kill those two youngsters who didn't put him and the sacred envoy in their eyes, but he didn't dare, because this was Heavenly Deity Institution, a place with elders overseeing it. Yuan Hong had sect master level strength, but he actually had his hands tied here, making him feel vexed. Hong. On the other side, Hao and Duguyun's battle reached its climax, leaving the crowd absolutely shocked. They never expected these two would be this frightening, far exceeding their imagination. Is that the power the golden unmatched blood brings? It is too strong, someone said with a sigh. Golden blood energy surged, the aura frightening, everyone feeling so much pressure to the point where they found it difficult to breathe. The surrounding meteorite rocks were crushed to pieces, everyone trembling inwardly. Meanwhile, the other youth didn't seem to be affected at all, still moving boldly, fighting intensely against the one with golden blood, incredibly powerful, continuously attacking, gradually advancing. Huang is too formidable. When faced with the inheritor of unmatched blood, he can actually remain this calm. At this time, Duguyun moved aside, not taking action anymore. He pulled open a distance and said, "You are quite strong and also rather special. Are you admitting defeat?" Hao's skin was extremely thick. He didn't even suppress the other party. yet he already believed himself to be the victor. Dugu Yun didn't get mad, saying, "You have the qualifications to fight against the foreign Emperor clan's members. Not just a single fight. I'll defeat them all." Sure Hao laughed loudly. At this time, elders appeared one after another from the bronze building on the mountaintop. They didn't wish for the two to continue fighting either. "Yuan Hong, you have already been driven out. Why do you still dare enter the academy?" Fifth elder shouted. Yuan Hong's face immediately became pale. He opened his mouth, feeling terrified inside. No one understood better than him how frightening these old fellas were. "Elders, please do not get angry. He came to show me the way. I am Sacred Envoy's emissary," that youth said. Right now, he was in an extremely terrible state, half his body smashed apart by a meteorite. "You, come up the mountain and then tell us," Fifth elder pointed out. A streak of light shot out, sweeping around him. Then, Fifth elder waved his sleeves, swinging it out with a hong sound. It was as if the skies collapsed, crushing down, immediately blasting Yuan Hong until his bones snapped and muscles tore, blood flowing from all 7 apertures. His body then flew outwards. Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Yuan Hong was but a powerful expert. However, before the elders, he was actually this weak. "Throw him out of the academy. If he dares enter again, he will be executed without exception," Fifth elder said. Sure Hao walked up, kicking Yuan Hong as he moved, on his face a smile. Yuan Hong's face immediately became green. It was actually this brat who received the orders to throw him out again. His mind was trembling, but he was absolutely helpless. It was because he was almost ruined by Fifth elder, powerless to resist. Soon afterwards, a miserable scream sounded from Heavenly Deity Institution's entrance. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, many of them running out to see what was going on. From the distance, they saw Sure Hao took action, almost skinning the heavily injured Yuan Hong alive. He broke all of his bones, and then looted all of the magical artifacts, pill medicines, and all types of treasures on him clean. Yuan Hong only had a breath of life left, laying in place for 3 days, and only then did he leave. If not for the Academy's elders giving the order not to, Sure Hao would have directly cut him down here to end the trouble here. The sacred envoy left behind a letter, and then left in a sorry state, this journey really losing him too much face. Several days later, Dugu Yun went on his way, personally escorted by 2 elders to Origin Ancient Mine, producing quite the commotion. Everyone were speculating what he was going to do. Half a month later, news came back that something unusual happened in Origin Ancient Mine. Heavens! The descendant of the protectors entered that ancient mine, staying there several days at a time, and in the end, was swept out by black blood. This triggered an uproar. Everyone in Heavenly Deity Institution shocked. After Dugu Yun entered Origin Ancient Mine for several days, black-colored blood appeared from the mine, unexpectedly like an underground spring, gushing out from the ancient mine's entrance, shocking the world. Dugu Yun was unharmed, coming out with the black blood, his face pale, not saying a word. No one knew what he saw, what he was thinking. After he came out, the ancient mine became calm again, the black-colored blood withdrawing. However, the fishy smell only disappeared after several days. Just what kind of mysteries did the ancient mine carry? Why did black-colored blood appear? Does Dugu Yun know some kind of great secret? Everyone was making their guesses. They couldn't help but think of Three-Headed King's words. It was because the Three-Headed King had previously mentioned Origin Ancient Mine. In the last great era, there was black blood that was also dug out from the ancient mine, and now it was proven true. Oh! A flame rhinoceros bugle horn sounded. The heavy and oppressive noise coming from another world, carrying an ancient feeling. A silver-colored warship that was tens of thousands of zhang long rushed through the heavenly dome, flying towards the altar suspended above Heavenly Deity Institution. Destination, Realm Tomb. Second Elder personally led the way, guiding this group of genius to search for immortal seeds, to achieve their own great Tao. Now only were Sure Hao, Wang Shi, Lu Tuo, Ten Crown King, Yao Yu, and others all here. Even Dugu Yun was here, going to enter Realm Tomb with them. Hey, what did you see inside Origin Ancient Mine? Why was there black blood that poured out? On the warship, sure how asked Duguyun, and only someone like him would act so carefree, chat so casually with someone he had fought with. Duguyun's face was handsome, his hair glossy and sleek. His mouth was closed, not saying anything. The altar shone, the silver-colored warship immediately becoming indistinct in the void. Then, they disappeared from this place, heading towards the so-called world grave. Hello? Why are you like a closed gourd? What did you see exactly? Let's talk about it. On the warship, Sure How continued to stubbornly ask. Even though the others didn't say anything, they all had their ears open, secretly paying attention to these two. Duguyun finally spoke, saying, "If you have that much free time, then you should preserve your strength to deal with Realm Tomb's dangers. Who knows, you might have your wishes fulfilled. Fight against a member of some ancient emperor clan." What? The foreign creatures can appear there? Sure How was quite shocked. As long as you dare enter, then who knows, you might encounter an emperor clan member who was trapped there from the last great era. Duguyun replied. At this moment, forget about Heavenly Deity Institution students. Even the elders were shocked. You're sure about this? Sure How asked. Back then, my ancestors personally led those people to the Realm Tomb, so I am naturally sure. Moreover, I believe that the Great Army is still alive, to the extent where they might have even left behind descendants. Duguyun said. He was extremely unconvinced, feeling anger inside. His ancestors had paid too much, viewed as protectors, yet were plotted against by those on their side in this world. What? There was this type of event? We have to take our time to think things over. Definitely have to advance cautiously. Even the elders were greatly shocked. This wasn't the first time they came, yet they never heard about this before. Everyone knew that this trip will likely have a few strange things happen. Realm Tomb, that was the grave of the world. There were ruined ancient cosmos one after another, in complete chaos. No one knew just how many secrets this place carried. Back then, there were previously people who found a world tree here, moreover able to bring it out. There were others who discovered a cosmos seed, able to plant it within their bodies. Their accomplishments unmatched, great Tao perfect. Secluded and quiet ancient land, ruined great world, withered pure lands. This was a mysterious and sinister strange place. The silver warship moved through the endless cosmos, as if they traveled through decades or over a century. The warship's body full of time traces, mottled rust stains, experiencing the baptism of time. Everyone discovered this abnormality, all of them becoming shocked. What happened along the way? Not too long ago, many of them felt absent-minded, their minds weary, becoming drowsy, as if they had experienced a great sleep. Then they made their way out from a place of nothingness. The silver warship shone. There were powerful symbols on its surface, extremely concentrated, shaped like a screen of light. Even though this was the case, the warship was still corroded. One could imagine that if not for them traveling on this warship, with powerful symbols protecting them, just what kind of frightening things everyone would experience. This place was extremely desolate, everything ruined as far as the eyes could see. Enormous stars rested one after another, but they were all damaged, many of them only having half left, but they were still moving about. The warship moved forward. In the duskiness, one could see ruined ancient continents one after another. They laid there, many great stars slowly moving around above. The dusky space gave everyone great pressure, making this place seem extremely strange, unknown what kind of things happened. This place was deathly still. This is the Realm Tomb? Everyone on the warship revealed strange looks. It was too quiet, many ancient earth resting about, all of them gathered together. This is merely the Realm Tomb's borders, can't be considered the true world grave. An elder said. After arriving here, their expressions all became serious, not daring to show the slightest trace of carelessness. Suddenly, a strange sound transmitted out, as if sand was moving about. Even though it was light, it was extremely clear, sounding from the limits of the distant world. Several elders raised their heads, Their faces couldn't help but reveal shocked expressions. The students with heavenly eyes also looked out, gazing into the dusky space's depths. There is sand moving about in the void. Everyone was shocked. That was an expanse of sand, pure white and sparkling. They didn't land on the continents, untainted by the world of mortals, flowing through the sky just like that. If one only gave it a hurried glance without looking at it carefully, one would think that it was a river, incredibly beautiful and shocking. There wasn't a lot of sand, only 10 zhang in area. It formed a translucent and lustrous expanse, surging over just like that, making anyone who saw it feel that it was beautiful, producing a good feeling. Only, in that instant, the expression of Second Elder who led the way immediately changed, as if he was looking at something extremely frightening. He shouted, "Hurry and leave!" What was that? Many people wanted to ask what it was, to make even Second Elder lose his bearing. The other elders revealed a strange look. They didn't truly see through what that was, but they didn't stop, quickly taking action, stirring the warship away from this place. The students on the warship were confused, their faces full of bewilderment and surprise, turning around to look in that direction. Soon after, they were all petrified, all of them becoming shocked. Those grains of sand scattered, covering heaven and earth. Every single grain of sand was brilliant. When they scattered, the surrounding stars trembled, difficult to imagine just how heavy they were. It was just a grain of sand, but they were even heavier than great stars. After they scattered, gentle light was released, blasting all of the damaged stars aside. Then, they began to transform, every single one of them becoming a world, continuously changing. Sometimes, they were full of exuberant life force, sometimes lifeless, to the extent where many creatures even appeared. Eventually, the sand went crazy, the snow-white grains shooting over from the skies, becoming completely different from the previous peaceful and auspicious scene. Hong! In that expanse of the void, many great stars were currently moving about. As long as they were struck by a grain of sand, they would explode on the spot. The scene was just too grand and shocking. Bright and dazzling light surged again and again, this light produced by stars exploding one after another. Heavens! What is this white sand? Why is it so terrifying? On the warship, many students cried out in alarm. Just now, if they were a step late, wouldn't they have all died? Within the Tenjiang expanse of white sand, heaven knew how many grains of sand there was inside. If they smashed into the warship, it truly was a result too horrible to imagine. The warship quickly moved into the distance. Everyone could only get a hurried glance. They could vaguely see the pure white sand gather together, and then flow like a stream into the distance. Elders, what was that? A student consulted Second Elder. Meanwhile, at this time, the expressions of the other elders became unpleasant, as if they realized what that was. Damaged cosmos seed, Second Elder replied, telling them the answer. It was that type of thing after all. It is even more frightening than the rumors. I never expected it to be like that, the elder on the side said. Even those as powerful as themselves who had extensive knowledge had never seen this thing before. Cosmos seed. Quite a few people were shocked, revealing hopeful and expectant looks. They came to Realm Tomb precisely to search for immortal seeds, and Cosmos seed was one of the most precious seeds. Don't get your hopes up. This kind of seed can't be used, long damaged. The long life power stored within leaked outwards, condensing much of the terrifying power in this heaven and earth. No one able to hold it. Second Elder warned. This kind of seed couldn't transform, only carrying modeled and complex power, accompanied by destruction, lacking the possibility of growing a step further. Under certain conditions, it can also turn into an expanse of heaven and earth, the so-called pure white sand becoming stars, producing a boundless heavenly space. An elder said. However, Second Elder then added, saying, it is extremely unstable, difficult to say when the world it produces will collapse. When that time comes, everything would fade from existence. Everyone gave up. Even if there were immortal Taoists to help them, no one dared to take this kind of thing inside to nurture. If they did, who knew, the day might come when they might explode as well. Woo! This expanse of sand is extremely special, pure white in color, and its power is extremely great. It should have carried out a demon sealing, second elder said. Demon sealing? Everyone was confused. What was this? There were people who previously used great magical force to make it yield, treating it like a weapon, sealing an immeasurable expert, refining that individual in the sand. As the years passed, the flesh and blood of the figure sealed within grinded against the sand, turning all of it into this color. It is just like an old clam carrying pearls. The flesh and blood grinded together, forming divine pearls. When second elder's words fell, the other elders' eyes all became brilliant, all of them revealing different looks, expressions of shock appearing. Actually, this kind of thing. Doesn't this mean that it is already a supreme treasure? Once this type of thing is gathered and refined, it can become unmatched precious artifacts. When the students on the warship heard this, they were even more shocked. Shouldn't get your hopes up. Even though it is precious, it is extremely dangerous, might murder their owner at any time. Extremely unstable. Hard to say when it might explode to continuously absorb flesh and blood power. Second elder said. In short, this thing looked pure and holy, but it long carried a type of demonic nature, not something that could be touched. The warship advanced, more and more great stars appearing in the surroundings. There were ancient continents that appeared one after another as well, just like leaves in a forest, ever-present, layer after layer coming into view. They quickly advanced, heading towards the realm tomb area ahead. Only when blurry mist appeared, a small amount of primal chaos mist emerge, did the elders on the warship tell everyone that they now truly entered realm tomb. Only now could they have considered to be in realm tomb? Everyone was shocked. None of what they saw up to here could be considered part of it. It really was hard to imagine what there was inside the true realm tomb. Primal chaos appeared, as if an expanse of immortal mist scattered. The warship rushed past, entering the boundless ancient tomb. Heavens! What exactly is all of this? Someone cried out in alarm as soon as they entered. They saw a withered-up ancient tree that was who knew how large. Even when they gazed forward with heavenly eyes, they could still only see a blurry outline. There were countless great stars on its branches, as if they were fruits. However, they were all withered up, lacking life force, only carrying deathly stillness. Apart from this, on this great tree's branches were countless black holes, as if it suffered from a disease, forming wormholes that didn't close. An ancient tree produced this many star fruits? Don't tell me this is a world tree? Someone cried out in alarm, eyes revealing shock. If it was this type of tree, then even after it died, it would still be priceless. Its branches, trunk, roots, and other things were all great treasures for refining weapons. No, if it was a world tree, it would have long been brought away by the unmatched experts who visited this place. How could they leave such a thing before? An elder said. Meanwhile, this ancient tree was just a corner of what they could see. The scene in the distance was even more vast and majestic. It's not a world tree? Then what is it? Someone asked. At this time, someone suddenly cried out, face becoming pale. He pointed forward, saying with a shaking voice, over there. There was a green and lush plant that looked like a tree, but there were many grass-like leaves. Its leaves were nibbling away at the stars, continuously devouring them. The tree had grass-like leaves, sucking all of the nearby damaged stars over to its surface, releasing a green light as it devoured them. This scene naturally left one horrified. These were enormous stars, but they were eaten by a strange grass just like that, truly freakish. It was just this sinister inside realm tomb, full of mysteries. Everything they saw or heard made their heartstrings stretch taut. Kacha! Sounds of stars shattering were produced, accompanied by dazzling light. There were some stars that directly exploded, but all of the radiance quickly receded, devoured by the grass leaf. These are star-devouring grass. They specifically use stars as food. Whenever these types of things appear, the results would be extremely terrible. Second Elder's knowledge was vast. Immediately recognizing what this was. Star-eating grass, it grew in the chaos, a type of innate divine existence. However, it didn't awaken a consciousness, acting completely on instinct. In this world, there were matchless great experts who could open up a space in the primal chaos, create damaged words and revive all things, turning them into a pure land for life. Normally speaking, star-eating grass only appeared when immortal kings opened up damaged worlds, letting them out. After all, these creatures were rarely seen even in primal chaos. When the Academy students understood these things through the elders, they all became stupefied. Apart from their world, worlds could still be opened up like this. Too powerful, unbelievable. This is to say that outside of our world, in the primal chaos, there might still be otherworld Earth in existence. Someone asked. Those are only damaged worlds, cannot exist for a long time. Perhaps in a few tens of thousands of years or hundreds of thousands of years they would collapse because they aren't true great cosmos after all. Second Elder shook his head. Even though the areas that were opened could be extended for a bit longer, they would still collapse in the end, leaving nothing behind, to the extent where it would even involve its creator, directly leading to the death of body and Tao. Everyone couldn't help but become frightened, all of them revealing contemplative looks as they looked at Realm Tomb. Could it be that this was the result of ancient realms that ultimately collapsed? An elder directly rejected this notion. This place was definitely not like this. The origin of Realm Tomb was even more mysterious and frightening than what they were imagining, because not even the previous immortal Taoists who had constantly been researching it knew the answer. That ancient tree is a branch that was removed from the world tree. An immeasurable amount of heaven and earth essence was used to nurture it and make it produce roots, all done in hopes that it could be nurtured into a supreme treasure. Soon afterwards, Second Elder pointed towards a dry and shriveled ancient tree. There were many star fruits on it, the scene mystical. It was cultivated into a true world tree? Princess Yao Yu cried out in alarm. No, it was cultivated into a demonic tree. There is no way a world tree can be nurtured like this, needing to evolve naturally. There was an unmatched devil who wanted to refine the spiritual root into a demonic artifact, grasp the sun, moon, and stellar streams, seize the force of heavenly space. Second Elder said. When everyone heard this, they were all stupefied. They couldn't help but sigh. Everything they saw truly unfolded on a great scale, involving celestial bodies at every turn. Meanwhile, they were as insignificant as ants. When compared to these things, they were like specks of dust, completely negligible. Unfortunately, it all failed, the vital energy scattering, only leaving behind remains. The one who nurtured this tree back then was also merged into the tree, long having his body and Tao erased. Second Elder said. The star-devouring grass is coming, Lu Tua shouted. That stalk of grass was too strange, even able to directly devour stars, let alone them. They could only withdraw. Fortunately, it didn't have its own will, relying purely on instincts, so it wasn't a disaster that couldn't be avoided. Otherwise, this type of innate divine existence born from primal chaos would definitely be extremely frightening, only peerless experts able to make it yield with magical force. We're leaving. They went on their way again. Along the way, there were just too many ancient realms, the mists extremely thick, as if they returned to an immortal battlefield, ruins laying everywhere. Heavens, what kind of creature is that? Just too large. On the silver warship, even Wang Shi, who was normally extremely quiet, couldn't help but cry out. The others were also stupefied, all of them widening their eyes, looking forward. Along the way, there was a creature floating in an ancient realm, several times larger than even a star. Its body was covered in green armor, flickering with an ice-cold metallic luster. It looked like a hyena, but had long dragon horns, as well as a pair of vermilion bird wings on its back, something they had never seen before in the outside world. This is an innate divine existence, something born from primal chaos, extremely powerful. Not even the Great Elder might be able to reliably make it submit. Fourth Elder said. Everyone was horrified. This creature was actually this powerful? The only fortunate thing was that it was already dead, long becoming a corpse. Otherwise, who dared to stay here? They would have long ran. Everything on it are precious materials. Can we go and gather them? A young man who cultivated 2 strands of immortal energy said, not wishing to let this mountain of treasure pass by. If there really is anything of value, it wouldn't be left for you to gather. After all these years, group after group of people came, so what else could there be left? An elder shook his head. Sure enough, when the silver warship got closer, everyone saw an enormous injury on the other end of this creature, tore open from the back. The flesh, bones, and other things had long disappeared, only leaving behind a layer of skin. Moreover, the scaled skin's brilliance had all vanished, only leaving behind an empty shell, nothing else remaining. As for the vermilion bird wings and dragon horns, it was the same. The dragon marrow and divine wing essence blood inside had all completely flowed out, weak to the point where it could be broken if this warship rammed into it. What a pity! They left this place. While moving through the realm tomb, they had to admit that this place really was too vast, with no end in sight, no limit. Not good! Prepare for battle. Suddenly, 4th Elder shouted, warning everyone. Are there enemies here? Where? Why don't I see anything? The students on the warship were alarmed. They didn't see any creatures, all of them incredibly confused. However, the elders' expressions all became serious, becoming vigilant. The gray fog of war spirits has appeared, so battle is not far. All of you, produce your precious artifacts. Prepare for battle. 5th Elder added, warning seriously. In reality, even if they didn't see any creatures, all of the students had long made battle preparations. Since the elders were warning them, who dared to act carelessly? Along the way, gray mist scattered, not all that dense, only wisps and strands flowing over from the distant ruined stellar bodies. Soon afterwards, Hao felt a bit uneasy. His entire body went cold, skin going taut, feeling a bit frightened, as if there were steel needles pressed against his skin, about to penetrate in. What is this? Soon afterwards, the others also sensed something, all of them holding weapons and facing this situation seriously. It was clear that there was an unknown danger approaching, moreover extremely vicious and frightening. Otherwise, how could that aura penetrate the silver warship's defense symbols, pressing over? There were large amounts of damaged stars up ahead, all of them still and unmoving. There were meteorites that appeared one after another, silent throughout endless time. There was even more cosmos dust covering them. A blood-colored ancient ship quietly appeared, drifting over from the stellar ruins, slow but extremely steady, heading straight in this direction. War spirits. It is them after all, they really did appear. I hope there are no ancestral-level war spirits, or else it will be much more troublesome. Truly never expected for us to encounter these things on this journey. The elders all spoke. This was also a type of warning for the Academy's disciples. The ship was in bad shape, extremely archaic in appearance, truly unknown when it was built, experiencing endless years, carrying traces of mottled time. However, it still didn't decay, remaining imperishable. The ship wasn't that large, at the very least, when compared to the silver warship it was many times smaller. However, it possessed a type of mysterious power, as if it could intimidate the silver warship. It didn't release any sound, slowly moving over, as if an entire heaven and earth would be frightened under its presence, all creatures trembling before its existence. Gray wisps of mist seeped out from the ship strand after strand, nibbling away at divine force, corroding the silver warship Hao and the others were on. Is the situation really bad? If it is, then we should temporarily avoid it. Princess Yao Yu said. It's useless. The war spirits are extremely frightening. This type of lost ancient ship, once it locks onto us, it wouldn't stop unless it leaves on its own. Otherwise, it will continue to chase after us. It looks slow right now, but that is because it still hasn't truly set sail, or else few warships could compare to it in speed. 3rd Elder said. Ow! Suddenly, that blood-colored ancient ship released a great cry, the hairs of many students from the academy immediately standing on end, goosebumps covering their skin, cold chills running down their backs. This sound was too frightening, actually directly affecting their souls. "They're coming! Prepare for battle," sixth elder shouted. "This is an important test for you all. Those who can't make it through might die," second elder warned seriously. On the blood-colored ancient ship, figures appeared one after another, throwing themselves over from the distance, incomparably terrifying.